join us on the show. Kelly Kemenchma is my name. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so let's look at some of the things trending, or perhaps I just do this now. All right, so between now and 8:30, we'll race through some of the trends on social media, and then we race through what the prints have for us today. That should take us till about 8:30, hopefully. And then from 8:30 till 9, members of the panel will just have a thing to say about some of the stories, okay? Will take us till about 9 a.m., the news update. After that, we'll pay some bills, return for opinion poll. We'll take that till almost 10 a.m., the news update, and then pay some more bills. We'll continue on the show this morning, all right? From 10, we should be able to take some of your messages on our social media platforms, SMS portal. Yesterday, we apologize. We were unable to take your messages, some technical issues. It's been resolved, so we'll be able to take your messages today. That will be 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. So that's the line to send your messages across to us. From 11, we'll open the phone lines so we can hear you, all right, say a bit more to us on the show. So let's begin with the former governor. Yes, on weekends, FCT minister, a lot of things happening. First was a press conference. After the press conference was the meeting with the FCT directors. The FCT directors, that was 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. Monday, he was sworn in. Later Monday, he had a press conference, the viral press conference. And then Tuesday, he had another meeting with directors of the FCT. All right. And then Wednesday, that went a bit viral, parts of it. But he says something that I agree with him. And in the space that I've been here, I've observed that too. That one person can say this, and then we in the media, we can blow it out of proportion, take it out of context, tear it, and they can even take just a line of what was said, remove it out of the entire thing and just take that line, and we'll begin to fall over ourselves. I understand the commercial part of all these things. I get it. You want to sell papers, but sometimes it's just wrong characterization of a certain issue. So when he said what you're about to listen to, I totally could relate with what he was saying, because sometimes you even hear them. You're like, they didn't say what is said that they said. Like, what's all the anger about? Like they will labor in vain. The way it was said. When I listened, it was in Yoruba. I asked someone to interpret. The person interpreted. I took it to the second person. I said, is it the same thing? They said, no, it's not. That's not what he said. This is what he said. I'm like, oh, there. So take a listen to the minister of the FCT speak on the press and the way some things are written. Take a listen.
Whatever you say, whatever you report, if it has a positive effect, you'll be part of it. If it has a negative effect, you will not go free. And therefore, it is important for us to report correctly what somebody has said. Some of you carry relationship that may not be too good. That may not be too good with some of us to your official assignment. I was here yesterday. I was so surprised that the IT could report that I said I will fix Abuja in 6 days' time. I've never seen such criminal reporting. How could anybody say I said I will fix Abuja in 6 days' time? All I said to the directors who are responsible, that you have 6 days to let me have what it will take to implement or execute these short-term deliveries. That's what I said. I never said that Abuja will be fixed in 6 days' time. And that's what a media has to go and carry. 2, when she reported that I said it would demolish 6,000 houses. I never one day said the number of houses that would be demolished. All I said, if the illegal structures or those who are distorting the master plan, that we have no call but to say, look, the right thing must be done. So please, it is important. When you are reporting, report what we have said. Don't report what you think So it's embarrassing. But I felt I should bring this out to let you know you're also part of our problems of wrong communication to the public. I'm not worried. Yes, I have taken some decision to challenge some of the media houses to the court. If that is why you want to report what is not right, it's their business. That will not stop me from taking any legal action I believe I should take. I have to say clearly and let everybody know. But it's your conscience. What you are reporting, is it what he said? Not what you think. Because what you think may not be the right thing. So if I said yes, say I said yes. If I say no, say I said no. So I felt that to use opportunity to correct that impression.
So that's just one. In fact, when I saw the second one, I said, what is this now? So the official vehicle of the minister has FCT1. In fact, people are even taunting him for using FCT1. I've not seen the plate of the other ministers. I haven't seen it. So I'm not going to jump into that. See, if you are looking for things to give yourself headache, you will find. In fact, you will find plenty. But if you make a choice to just focus on the things that are important, you save yourself the stress. So for most of the ministers that assume duty after the swearing-in ceremony, they all drove in the Lexus vehicle. All of them were just arriving. Like, oh, is it the Lexus vehicle that the government bought for them? Or was it what they inherited from the previous government, that is the other ministers, if those ministers did not live with their vehicle? I don't know what exactly happened. Did they buy new vehicles for them or they inherited those vehicles? I can't say for sure. But most of the ministers arrived in those vehicles at the different ministries because there were several footages, videos. In this age of social media, it's always there. You just see them. They were just arriving, driving in their numbers. I'm like, okay, all right. So what's going on? Did something happen? Okay, so they were just arriving. I'm like, okay. And next thing I saw, Nyesom Wike's SUV, about $100,000, 100,115. That's the cost. SUV, bulletproof Lexus S600. I'm like, why is Nyesom Wike's on? What the particular about Nyesom Wike's on? And interestingly, the man saw it. And he said, well, the first thing I want to say is, so what if it's bulletproof? By touching it, would you know? We'll find out because he said, go and touch it if it's bulletproof. Is that how you know if, forgive me, if I'm that local? Let's have this rhetorical conversation. If really the vehicle is a bulletproof vehicle, is it by touching it you know that it's bulletproof? Anyway, he had to come out to respond because it was suggested that he bought, and by the time they converted it to Nigerian money, it's about 300 million that he bought. So he didn't have to come out. When I said the first part, I said, but it's not only Nyesom Wike that is using. That's what the other ministers are using. So why is the Nyesom Wike particular? There's something making noise here. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. So take a listen to the former governor. He really wasn't happy. And it's understandable. But the report, I saw the report. This is the vehicle. This is a custom vehicle designed by Lexus, blah, 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 specification, amount. I'm like, okay, so maybe that's what the government spent if they bought new vehicles for all the ministers, because we've talked about the cost of servicing the ministers. We've talked about it here. Their transportation costs, housing costs, ESTA costs, we've talked about it here. So I'm like, okay, maybe that's part of the cost. That's why we complain of the overall cost, the size of the government, and why that should be reduced significantly. But to say it was Nyesom Wike, that's a little too much.
I was working on Monday, and I will not even start down in my office to do any work yet. All that I'm doing was interact with the staff, directors, and today we're here to sit with ourselves. We're not going back to the office to have a direct report from each of the departments. But I can see what's going on social media, how they bought a car with a proof of 300 million naira that I'm using. So I want you to go and hit your hand there and see really whether it is the treated car. With all due respect, people should be careful not to destroy other people. So when I came, the permanent secretary said they have a car for us, and that the car we use is this. So I have never approved any car to be bought, and I'm not using official bulletproof car, no. When I have cars as governor, yes. As governor, well, what do you expect? I should have what? So, but I'm not using bulletproof car as FCT minister. So we should report the right thing and not to destroy ourselves. So I want you to take a look at that car where you have the flag, whether it is bulletproof car. Thank you.
Okay, so a final one. This one will be for Kelly, actually. The Minister of State FCT calls Nyesom Wike a boss. I couldn't believe it. She kept saying, my boss. That's why I said this one is for me. I would have kept it to myself. But take a listen to the FCT minister called Nyesom Wike a boss. But she was literally celebrating him. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Hey, both of you are ministers. Anyway, take a listen.
Let me once again congratulate my boss, FCT Minister Barrister Nyesom Wike, a man known for delivery of projects and performance for this deserving and unprecedented appointment. Everybody was just happy yesterday. We had a press conference. His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, gave us some clues. He has given us some of the vision and mission, the reason why we are here and what we are about to do.
But really, come to think of it, Bello Matawalle will not speak that way of Badaru, Abubakar Badaru.
Yes.
It's not possible,
So obvious.
right? Bello Matawalle will not speak that way of Badaru. It's not possible. That is Minister of State for Defense and Minister of Defense. No.
Bello Matawalle was not a former governor.
Badaru, I think a former governor.
Former governor, both of them former governors.
They are contemporary.
That's why they are
Okay,
contemporaries.
they're contemporaries. So it's not the case of Minister of State and
No,
Minister of
no,
State.
it is, but that boss angle won't come in.
Oh, I think she's just fresh. She's the minister that they used to replace what's her name, Miriam Shetty, the one that was withdrawn the last day. So the last two names President Tinubu introduced, her and what's his name again, Keyamo. So maybe she's still in that
She
euphoria.
needs the job. Let her do everything to keep it.
Okay, let's go through some of the stories. We have quite some stories to look at today, so I'm just going to race through them, and then we'll talk about some of them this morning. All right, Daily Post. Let's begin with Wike denies using 300 million bulletproof car as FCT minister. I mean, I even doubt it, though, that vehicle is not bulletproof, because when you look at some of the vehicles that the advanced nations use, except the beast that we've had a lot of videos and expose on it, how sophisticated it is. The beast it looks really heavy, it looks clumsy, very heavy. It doesn't look beautiful, but they said that car is very tall. It's very tall, except for the beast. But when you look at what the Prime Minister of Britain uses, I think it's Jaguar. Yeah, the Jaguar vehicle that the Prime Minister of UK uses is bulletproof, but it doesn't seem that way. Looks very light. You look at the Chancellor, Germany, it's not like that. So are you going to tap in the car and know that it's bulletproof? I don't quite think so. But all the same, buy them now. Buy them. That's what the other ministers are using. So that's probably what the government gave to them. Yes, we've talked about the motorcade of the governor while he was governor. All those is it splinter buses, those Mercedes splinter buses. I've had a headache about them. Somebody said, headache, do you more? But I'm not going to criticize unjustly just because I don't like the person's face or I feel it's certain. No, let's say this is what it is. The other ministers drove in the same vehicle, so they fight to go to the government, the federal government. The cost of governance, that's what we're talking about. Shrink it. They should be using perhaps one of our locally manufactured vehicles. Not the SUV is fine, sure. Let's move on. So, Wike makes that denial. You listen to it. So let's move on from there. We didn't receive 5 billion as palliative from federal government, Katsina State government. The other day was Ondo State government. Now it's Katsina State government. Katsina State government has disclosed that it received 2 billion naira from the federal government's palliative program, and not the 5 billion naira being alleged for procurement of grains and onward distribution to residents in the state. The State Commissioner for Information, Culture and Home Affairs, Bala Salisu Zango, at a press briefing on Wednesday, said the disbursed amount had already been used to procure and was disbursed to further bring succor to the suffering masses in the state. He noted that the federal government's initial plan was to allocate 5 billion naira for the acquisition of rice, maize, and fertilizer for distribution to various states. It's interesting. Following consultations with state governors, it was collectively decided that the funds be directed straight to the state to expedite the procurement process and invigorate local economies. This led to the decision to provide the funds incrementally to states earmarked specifically for rice and maize procurement. He also disclosed, that is the chairman of the Governors Forum, disclosed that the Central Bank of Nigeria was directed to release the funds to the states as soft loan, which the federal government will repay 52% and states 42% over a period of 12 months. According to Zango, the state government, under the directive of the governor, had already utilized the 2 billion naira received and purchased 40,000 bags of rice for onward distribution in each of the state's polling units. Polling units? Is it what we fear? Tinubu broke the jinx by appointing Wike FCT Minister Oshomole. Edo North Senator Adams Oshomole has said President Bola Tinubu broke a jinx by appointing Nyesom Wike as the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. Oshomole said Tinubu's decision to appoint Wike as FCT Minister was groundbreaking. Addressing journalists on Wednesday, Oshomole said Tinubu gave every part of Nigeria hope with his ministerial appointment. NRC advises users to update prepaid meters before November 2024. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission is urging users of prepaid meters to update their meters before November 2024. The NRC made this known on Tuesday through its official account on X, that is Twitter. The announcement comes on the heels of electricity companies' notice to customers about the need to update their prepaid meters to avoid service disruption. NEC stresses that the update is free and would not affect customers' existing units. Well, information I have is a little different. If you bought tokens at the time when it was said that electricity tariff will go up, I think some of them even said buy more tokens so that you will not be affected. If you still have those tokens and you effect this change, those tokens will become useless. So you need to exhaust the tokens. That's the information I've got so far. You need to exhaust those tokens before you do the update, because the moment you do the update, the tokens you've already acquired or purchased will become useless. So I got this from a highly confidential source inside. So you need to advise yourself, okay? But most importantly, speak with your disco. For here is PHED. Speak with PHED to get the facts and interrogate them on this one if you're in this position, so that someone gives you the wrong information and something else happened, you can drag him, if you get what I mean. Vanguard is our next stop. IPOB attacks army base in Imo State. Men of the Nigerian army have allegedly or reportedly foiled an attack on the forward operating base by the alleged indigenous people of Biafra fighters in Imo State. The army says the IPOB fighters alleged who attempted the attack on its base were met with stiff resistance by the personnel on the ground. A statement on Tuesday by the Director of Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Oyema Wachiku, said that in the fierce gun battle that ensued on August 20, the troops killed one of the fighters, only one, and arrested two. The statement reads in part, troops of 34 Artillery Brigade operating in 82 Division, Nigerian Army Area of Responsibility have foiled an attack by alleged indigenous people of Biafra and its armed affiliate, Eastern Security Network, on its forward operating base in along Owerri Onitsha Expressway. The irredentist fighters attempted the attack on the troops on the 20th of August but met their Waterloo when they came under the superior firepower of the vigilant troops. The troops neutralized one of the fighters while 2 others were arrested and others fled. Items recovered at the scene of the shootout include 1 vehicle, 1 mobile phone, 1 machete, 9 empty cases of expended 7.62 mm special ammunition, and 1 empty case of expended 12.7 mm ammunition. It doesn't sound that deep, but even if 3 persons were so bold to go and attack a military base, well, maybe it's deep. Niger, Algeria, Egypt oppose military action, seek dialogue. Algeria and Egypt have moved against military intervention in the Niger Republic, insisting that dialogue remains the best option out of the current political crisis in the country. Recall that West African leaders had, in the aftermath of the coup that toppled President Bazoum, threatened to embark on military intervention in the Sahel country should the coup leaders, led by General Tchani, fail to restore democracy in the country and the ousted president to power. But to find a solution to the lingering problem, Algerian President Temboni has dispatched the Foreign Minister Ahmed Attaf to visit Nigeria, Benin Republic, and Ghana. The Foreign Minister, who started the tour yesterday, is to hold consultations with his counterparts in ECOWAS countries, with a mandate to make a case for diplomacy rather than military intervention. Algeria shares about 1,000-kilometer, 600-mile long land border with Niger and had previously warned against a military solution, which Temboni says would be a direct threat to its North African country. Egypt also, on their part, is urging for dialogue in settling the crisis in Niger, according to the Foreign Ministry. The Egyptian government stressed the need for dialogue, contending that military approach to the issue in Niger would do the West African sub-region and the continent no good. All right, so let's move on from there, take some more stories. Alleged 6.9 billion naira fraud, Emefiele explores plea bargain deal. That's what we're hearing now. Indications emerged yesterday that the embattled suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, may be exploring a plea bargain deal with the federal government. This is even as his scheduled fresh arraignment before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory sitting in Maitama was again stalled yesterday. Neither Emefiele nor his co-defendant in the 20-count corruption charge by the federal government entered before the court. Mrs. Sadat Yaro were present for the proceeding. Though trial justice Hamza Mwazo was in court, even sitting as a vacation judge, Emefiele's case, however, was not listed on the court's course list. An official of the court who spoke to Vanguard but pleaded not to be named says the case could not proceed as planned due to fresh developments in the matter. Now, because of the developments, my lord had to suspend the arraignment. A new return date will be communicated to all the parties. Meanwhile, one of the defense lawyers in the matter, who dropped a hint of the plea bargain to newsmen, says the move to settle the case out of court was at the instance of Emefiele. The parties are in talks and hopefully the matter will not proceed to trial. We're exploring a plea bargain arrangement. We have asked the court to give us at least 2 weeks, the lawyer added. Whereas Emefiele's lawyer, Mr. Kainde Akilolu, SAN, confirmed that the scheduled arraignment of his client could not go on or would not go on, but he was, however, silent on the plea bargain issue. He says the new trial date may likely be issued by the Chief Judge of the High Court, Justice Hussein Baba Yusuf. A plea bargain is a negotiated term of settlement in criminal trials that allows the defendant to plead guilty to a lesser charge or offense in exchange for a reduction in sentence or dismissal of the charges. Okay, let's move on. Niger ambush, MI-171 crash will always stand by you. CAS assures families of deceased. When I saw this story, I felt proud of the Air Force. Personally felt proud of the Air Force. The Chief of Air Staff had to come by himself, Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, on Tuesday in Port Harcourt, commiserated with the families of the deceased crew members of the ill-fated MI-171E helicopter that crashed in Niger State August 14, 2023. While condoling with the families, Air Marshal Abubakar said the loss was a major setback for the Nigerian Air Force, adding that it would take the service some time to get over. A statement by the director, NAF Public Relations and Information, stated that the Chief of Air Staff assured the families that the NAF would never abandon them, but would always stand by them till the end. I felt really proud, and I still feel very proud right now. During the interactive session, the Chief of Air Staff expressed his condolence to the unit and appreciated them for their commitment and effort in the ongoing joint military operations in the Niger Delta. All right, so let's move on. NDLEA warns against the use of children, teenagers for drug business. This story was in our news just this week, just a few days ago, but there are aspects to it that I want to add from this report from the Vanguard. Rivers State Command, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, is warning drug dealers to stop using underage individuals in the illicit business, adding that anyone arrested would be punished. The agency also denied the report that its men obtained a 600,000 naira bribe to free a teenage girl arrested for selling drugs in the state. It was alleged by Courage in Sirimovu on his Facebook page and also live on radio here that the operatives were demanding 600,000 naira to grant bail to a 10-year-old suspect who was arrested selling drugs. But the NDLEA Deputy State Commander in charge of media and advocacy, Emmanuel Ikechukwu, says the claim that its men took 600,000 naira to release a 15-year-old girl arrested for selling cannabis is false and baseless. Emmanuel said it is wrong for people to make baseless allegations against its operatives, adding that a 15-year-old girl was undergoing rehabilitation in the command's facility. Excuse me. He said she also sold that first the girl wasn't 10, the girl is 15. She sold cannabis sativa worth 500 naira to our operatives before her arrest. And she led the operatives to her father, who is her supplier. Unfortunately, her father was not at home, but search was conducted in her father's room and more cannabis sativa was recovered, totaling 1 kilogram. And then she was taken into NDLEA facility where she's undergoing counseling and also helping the agency in their investigation. She will be released to a reliable and responsible adult after the counseling process. Meanwhile, her father is still at large. Says, let me emphasize that the allegation by one Courage in Sirimovu on his Facebook page and radio station that the NDLEA is demanding 600,000 naira to grant bail to a 10-year-old suspect is false and misleading, with ulterior motive to bring the good works of the NDLEA to disrepute. Okay, it's part of what I want to take. And a shocking story yesterday, Prigozhin is dead. Is he really dead? Wagner chief Prigozhin dies in Russian plane crash. When I saw it yesterday, I couldn't believe it. We're getting some spooky reports that there's a second aircraft belonging to him flying in a different direction. Russian state-run news agency on Wednesday said Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner group that led a mutiny against Russia's army in June, was on the list of passengers of a plane that crashed. The plane that crashed in the Tver region listed Prigozhin among its passengers. Russia's aviation agency said so. There were 10 persons on board, including 3 crew members. According to preliminary information, all those on board died. Not with the fall I saw. But there are videos of the plane falling from the sky, literally just falling from the sky. Then it got to the ground and exploded. I've seen those videos now. They say it was on that flight alongside 10 other persons. Okay, so that's that update. Daily Trust is our next set of stories. Wike bans street trading, accuses councillors of fueling crime. Part of what you heard yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? The day before, that was on Tuesday. That press conference he had with officials, the FCT ministry. Okay, so let's move from there. NAF to take delivery of 18 attack helicopters. Air Chief, we'll talk about this on Opinion Poll. Lagos Assembly rejects 6 former commissioners and others. Let me reserve this. I'm going to tease members of the panel with this story because I don't see why this is a big deal, but it seems to be a big deal for people on social media. I don't get it. If you know Obasa and his political journey, you know that Obasa is also a very powerful guy. Obasa is the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Sanwo-Olu might even be very careful when it comes to dealing with Obasa as Speaker. So if you know the politics in Lagos State, you understand that this thing is not a big deal. Figure what I mean. But I'll tease members of the panel with this story. Drug abuse, PTSD among Nigerian troops, worrisome. Army chief. We'll also look at this story as well. Not an opinion poll. We'll see if we can scratch it now. So let me race a bit faster. Vare Dasso, NMA panel releases findings, says lift system wasn't fit for use. Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association says the elevator that caused the death of Dasso at the General Hospital, Lagos Island, was not fit for use. The association had inaugurated a panel to investigate the circumstances that led to the death of Dasso, a medical director who was undertaking her housemanship at the hospital. 11-member panel comprises an independent committee of doctors, lawyers, engineers, chaired by Sahid Babajide. All right, let's move on. You can read that story, details for yourself from the cable. UK Defense Minister will work with ECOWAS to restore democratic rule in Niger Republic. James Hippie, United Kingdom's Minister of Defense for Armed Forces, has applauded the efforts of the ECOWAS community of West African states to restore democratic rule in Niger Republic. Hippie spoke on Wednesday after a meeting with the ministers of defense and military chiefs in Nigeria to discuss the political situation in Niger. The UK minister met with Christopher Musa, Chief of Defense Staff, Taoreed Lagbaja, Chief of Army Staff, Abubakar Badaru, Minister of Defense, and Bello Matawali, Minister of State for Defense. Hippie also met with Omar Toure, President of ECOWAS Commission, and assured that the UK would support the organization in ensuring that constitutional order returns to Niger Republic. Okay. Tinubu's administration will be transparent and accountable, says Information Minister. Let's just slide over that story. And then the Punch will give us, I think, the final set of stories. Senator adopts children of aid allegedly killed by rogue soldiers in Lagos. Associates raise 55 million naira. I'm going to read this story eventually, but not now. Reports on 6,000 houses demolition, 300 million naira vehicle falls. You already heard the Minister of the FCT put out that rebuttal just moments ago. I think it's rebut. Yeah, rebut. Just moments ago. Reports on 6,000 houses demolition, 300 million naira vehicle falls. The FCT is speaking. And then Rivers, 12 suspected Yahoo boys arrested for burying newborn baby alive. Police begin probe. The Port Harcourt City Local Government Authority Area Security Watch and policemen have arrested about 12 suspected internet fraudsters who allegedly buried a newborn baby alive in Anthony Waterfront, Eagle Island, Rivers State Capital, Wednesday morning. The operation, which followed a tip-off, was in conjunction with the Rivers State Neighborhood Watch. The arrest of the suspected Yahoo boys followed credible information received by the vigilante from residents who saw a group of boys conducting incantation and digging the ground by the waterfront. Chairman of the Security Watch, who doubles as Chief Security Officer of Eagle Island, Victor Ohaji, disclosed the incident to newsmen. Well, long story short, they got to the said place where the incantation was said to have been done. They dug the ground. The CSO Eagle Island said he directed his men to dig the ground, where they found the lifeless body of a newborn baby boy, and it was exhumed. And then they went looking for the boys. They eventually found the boys coming out of a hotel, and then they arrested the boys and handed them over to the police. Confirming the incident, spokesperson of the State Police Command, Grace Iringe Koko, says an investigation is ongoing. Yes, we can confirm the incident. They were arrested by the police with the help of vigilantes. The matter has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department for proper investigation. And then the Sun has a story that we should have looked at yesterday. 8 Niger communities surrender to bandits warlord. Call him governor. Celebrate shooting down of military helicopter. This is our final story. For some that I've skipped, I will go back to one of them in the course of our conversation. Let me introduce members of the panel. Oh, okay. We have Mr. Arochukwu Paul Ugbona, Esquire, National Coordinator, Civil Rights Council. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
We also have Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our own in-house analyst. Thank you for your time, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Living Gifton Jamala, Esquire, private legal practitioner, lecturer, Eastern Polytechnic, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Rivers people.
Good to have you here.
Thank you, sir.
So let's begin with one of the stories I said we'll talk about. Let me just get back to it real quick. Even before that, let me just ask, you have comments about the Yes on Wicked drama, the SUV, 300 million naira SUV, conduct of members of the press pool, and the denial as to certain things. Mr. Ndikwe.
Well, Kelly, I think it's always very bad for people to be allowing their tongues to be ruling them in a way that you see somebody in a car, you just maybe do a mental calculation and then pronounce whatever he may have purchased, the amount he may have purchased the car with. I really don't know. So for me, I don't know. Wike did not buy the car. He inherited it from federal authorities. I'm sure it must have been what the other ministers have been using, or what the other minister was using. And so he takes it. What is even if it costs $1 billion, Kelly, it is government. I say $1 billion. It's government that bought it for him. He did not buy it. So what's the problem there? But what I'm only saying is this, that Wike said he didn't buy he didn't use 300 million, whatever.
Right.
Good. So he has denied it now. And you see, majorly my problem is that if it were his personal car, the one he used his money and bought, then anybody could be saying, but you see, Kelly, now that government gave it to him, let them file down to Tinubu's office and then hold him for using whatever amount in buying a car for the FCT minister. What is their problem?
Can't Wike afford 300 million?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about what he can afford or what he cannot afford.
Because some people will be saying that Wike cannot afford 300 million to buy himself a bulletproof vehicle.
I don't know. I'm not in his pocket.
Okay. The way I'm careful of even calling Barrister Bola to speak on this subject. But let me still hear from him.
Well, the truth of the matter is that Wike has been politically attractive for a long time now and has been quite controversial in all his ways.
And that's why we also talk about him a lot.
And therefore, you see that there are 48 ministers. What is in the news is Chief Wike, irrespective of the fact that we have 48 ministers. Now, there are people who are in charge of, we have Minister of Education, we have Works, we have Information. But everybody is talking about the FCT minister. Possibly Wike's being made FCT minister. It's unique in itself too, and attracts a whole lot of attention. Number one is that the federal government gave him the vehicle, and even on a good day, the vehicle Wike is the way we organize our government and we run it. That the minister is using a bulletproof vehicle is not new to us now. It's a pastime in this country. Practically everybody, apart from me and possibly Kelly, uses a bulletproof vehicle. It's a common thing here. And again,
I agree again.
And again, the question of whether we can afford 300 million or not afford 300, these are past times. They are not issues. We have talked about this in over and over again. These are past times. Okay, so I think that what is necessary at this point is that first and foremost, let us concentrate on the issues. We have agreed, or there seems to be a consensus, that the cost of running government here is very high. Our politicians are all repentant in their approach to our resources. You know, they're all repentant in their extravagant approach or utilization of resources for their own self-aggrandizement. And it is the collective responsibility of all Nigerians to protect this and not to concentrate on the person of Wike as a person.
Okay.
It is pervasive. So, and again, Wike's reactions to some of these things, Wike should be very, very careful. No, number one, he should understand that he's being made FCT minister is sufficiently controversial. It's unique in itself. Secondly, he should know his political journey and history. Thirdly, he should have realized that if he spends his time and energy in response to what people say, he may not achieve nothing, but only responding to social, electronic and print media reactions of what
But you know, if
say.
he doesn't respond, the silence could feel some kind of suggestion that indeed.
But the response does not mitigate the situation. After all, there will be further backlashes on it. So you better concentrate on what you are doing and keep your records clean. So should anybody come calling, you present your records. Nothing more.
Barrister Jamala.
Kelly, I really don't know what to say now because to me, discussing about the quality of car that Minike rode to office on the first day, to me, it shouldn't be a problem. My only concern is that whether people are tagging that car to be federal government car, that is a personal car.
That car is a personal car?
It's a personal car, yes. The ministers have not been handed over official vehicles.
Can you confirm that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Well,
there is a proposal to do so.
Wike said the permanent secretary handed that vehicle to them. He said the permanent secretary gave them that vehicle.
Maybe I skipped or I missed that particular statement. But for what I know and what I've gathered so far, apart from the plate number, the FCT 001, I think that is what is actually trending and not putting more eyes on.
No, the vehicle itself, I saw the report. I think it's from the Punch.
Yes, I saw the report also.
Where they detailed it, $100,115. They detailed it, and then they put the one in the showroom.
Those things are, to me, they are just speculations. Going from there, when I'm talking about speculations, when you look at the refutal as to whether 6,000 houses to be demolished. Now, he made some statement on the first day when he gave that press conference that some buildings that outside the master plan of the FCT will go down. Now, some persons made some projections. They went across these 20 areas.
So they went ahead of him?
Yes, they went ahead of him to project that about 6,000 houses will be demolished.
And they credited it to him?
Because that's the statement.
That's what the statement.
The statement is any building outside the master plan.
Well, the statement did not say that they will demolish 6,000.
Exactly.
The statement did not say that they will demolish 6,000. So it is the reporter's initiative and mental imagination.
To be specific.
No, that is not to be specific.
It's to be specific.
No, it's not to be specific because
not accredit to him what he
has not said.
I am not
irresponsible.
I am not directly accrediting it to him, but I'm saying it can be.
No,
drawn from his statement.
No, because he can come out today and say, I did not say so.
Yes, what if some other person uses the figure 10,000, 1,500?
It's a projections they are making.
Projections based on what?
On the statement that every building outside the master plan of FCT will go down.
What if it comes out tomorrow?
Now, they have only come out with 20 areas.
What if it comes out
there are
tomorrow?
More than 20 areas.
What if it comes out
FCT?
Tomorrow to say that, no, we'll review the master plan and certain areas are exempted?
That is his prerogative.
The that are outside the master plan in Abuja are in millions.
That is his prerogative. He can do so.
That's his prerogative.
Yes,
he can do so. So why not take the statement as he has said it and stop making inputs into what he has not said?
If those inputs are not made, how do you think the papers will say?
So we come back to the same point, yeah? Okay, besides the what to add something.
Kelly, you see, if the minister of FCT says that all the buildings that are not in Abuja master plan will go down, you remember what I told you, was it on Tuesday or so, that a strong man is not born in one village. There are also ego-eye personalities, not only those that are ministers. They could go out of their own way, start putting 2 and 2 together and saying, okay, if they know whatever is the details of the master plan, and so anyone that is certainly not on the master plan, they count it. Maybe so far they've been able to count up to ego-eye humans to go move into action and then count and come up with that. But is it what should be placed on Wike? The answer is no, because he never mentioned any number.
But furthermore is that I think the political terrain have changed. The political seasons have truly altered. If I were to be close to Wike, I will advise him to change a little his political strategies and methods. It is not. This is Abuja, and it is not safe. You should reduce your level of media or contacts or what you say, so that for your own political health and safety.
Okay,
Kelly, see, you remember that day I said the Bible advises us to moderate our talking and all that. Our tongue should be bridled. All these things. Remember are there 45 that are sworn in also? Good. And everybody is talking on him. Is he the only minister? Let him take it easy and cool.
Okay.
So that people will not be making conjectures from his comments.
And speculations.
That is the issue.
Okay. So
the much you talk, the much people also plan for you.
Lagos Assembly rejects 6 former commissioners and others. Is this a big deal? Lagos State House of Assembly on Wednesday rejected the reappointment of 6 former commissioners nominated by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for screening. They stated the names of the commissioners. The commissioners are among 17 rejected nominees. A statement by the House Information Officer sent to Premium Times said more than 50% of those rejected worked with the governor in his first administration. On the surface of this, it's supposed to be a big deal. A state of House of Assembly rejected the commissioner nominees sent by the governor for screening and confirmation. That's what a lot of persons are saying on social media. But with the politics in Lagos, I don't see this as a big deal. Brighter, do you see that's a big deal?
No, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing for me. That is the beauty of democracy. In fact, the governor should, if a governor should go to bed at night and have a full night rest without sleep being punctuated with what he expects from the state assembly, then there is no democracy. Democracy is there when the executive is uncomfortable on their chair because of what the legislature will do, because somebody is watching you, somebody is behind you. It's like you are planning a robbery operation and the police is following up every step you are taking. You have to be on top of your game. So if the governor sends in list, the House of Assembly can even look at it and reject all in truth by pointing out the reasons why those people. For instance, if the House of Assembly say you are bringing these people to us that have been commissioners in the past, they didn't perform, and they show you indices of non-performance, or they say these guys are corrupt, or they say these guys are characters that should not be in the public space. That is a welcome development. The governor should go back and bring other Lagosians or even non-Lagosians who can do the job and present it to the House of Assembly. And then he should be going back, and that is what we call lobbying in government.
Okay.
So at a point it becomes difficult for the governor, then he begins to lobby.
Okay.
Begin to try to ingratiate to the House of Assembly, meet individual members, party men. That is why we now know which party has majority in the House.
So
then you begin to talk to your party men to see how they can help you to confirm your ministers.
So there's democracy in Lagos. That's what it means.
That is the semblance of it. That is what it gives to me. Remember, there was a certain man that won governorship. Is it Balarabe Musa in the north at a point? And the House of Assembly didn't confirm his commissioners repeatedly, over and over again. Do you understand me? Eventually, the guy was impeached.
Yes.
Very good.
Oh, the guy was impeached.
Eventually, the governor was impeached the governor was impeached by the House of Assembly because his party didn't have majority in the House. He was dealing mostly with opposition. So to me, it is a beautiful development. Governor should have some sleepless nights because of other sitting institutions.
Mr. Jamala.
Ideally, if you want to look at it democratically, is a good news. But I want to look at it the other way around.
Which is
whether there is a vendetta on the part of the speaker against the governor. That is the angle I'm looking at it. And you asked the question whether it is a big deal or a big news. Yes, if you look at the way we practice our own democracy, for the speaker to have the temerity to reject 6 nominees from the Mr. Governor is something I think we should shift back a little and observe the speaker very well. What prompted that action?
What about what is backing who is backing the speaker?
That is what I'm talking about. It is for him to be sure of where the drum beats are coming from, right? You can see him dancing, but you're not hearing the drum.
I know he's not a 2-time speaker.
I'm aware of.
I think he's almost
from
a
the time of what's the name of this man? The Ambode.
He's almost a 3-time speaker.
Yes, from the time of Ambode's first tenure.
And he's still speaker. He was accused of misappropriating billions.
When some forces try fighting.
Did it go anywhere?
We're waiting for, I think, the EFCC.
The governor did not even make a comment. The governor did not make one comment when all those allegations were flying all over the place.
Were you expecting the governor to make a comment?
Is he not the chief executive officer of the state?
In quote.
In quotes. Oh, okay, in quotes.
Yes.
Oh.
No, if the speaker is being accused of corruption and is being investigated, if I'm the governor, I'll distance myself from him.
Nobody, we didn't hear of anybody investigating him.
No, I thought you was talking about EFCC.
No, they called.
There were petitions to that effect. It was never.
So if I'm the governor and people are complaining that the speaker is corrupt, I want those who are making the allegations to come forth and hunt down the speaker, pursue him to his logical conclusion. Now, don't expect me to drag myself into controversy.
In the spirit of transparency and democracy,
yes.
If you have a speaker that is so tainted, right?
Don't you think the governor too is also tainted?
No, I'm just saying. At least alleged. Yes. So tainted.
Yes.
The governor, after winning the election, would have made a move to have someone else as speaker in that House of Assembly.
No, it's absolutely wrong. It's not theoretically. And even practically, the governor has no hand in the election of speaker. It is the members of the House of Assembly.
My senior is speaking from the standard line.
The governor doesn't go close to the House of Assembly when speakers are elected. Members of the House of Assembly elect their own speaker, and they can change their speaker at will as they deem fit.
Yeah,
so in a situation where the governor now is beginning to get involved in the issues of the executive, then he's making nonsense of the theory of he's making nonsense of the theory of separation of powers. So if I were Samuel Olutu, those who brought him to power, the House who elected him, those who are accusing him should drive down home their issue, and I'll watch him fall, and I'll watch the House of Assembly replace him.
Now that you have talked about the theory of democracy, can we now focus on the practicals of democracy?
Well, the practicals of democracy...
Is it the practicals of our own democracy?
Our own democracy, yes.
Okay.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and the information available to me, I think it's still the House of Assembly. Look, take a look at it clearly. If I'm the governor, and I'm trying to influence a particular person being a speaker, it will be executed by members of the House of Assembly.
Agreed.
And they take the responsibility for their conduct. For instance, if I give you a check of 50,000 naira and say, cash this check, take 5,000 naira and return 45,000 naira to me, and you eventually did that, if I come tomorrow to say I gave Kelly 50,000 naira, I won't be wrong, because obviously the check was written in your name. You enter the banking hall, the CCTV come record you cash the check, they gave you the money, you counted it, and you put it into your pocket, and you walked out of the banking hall. So I was standing somewhere across the road. You just came and gave me 5,000, which would be offering money or assistance or something you gave to me. So you cannot say I didn't give you 50,000 naira if the matter comes to investigation.
Okay, it will do well in Nigerian politics.
And therefore,
apparently,
but the fact is clear. And therefore, if the House of Assembly converted in a place, the governor declared it open, walked out, and the House eventually carried out the election and elected somebody into their seat. Are you not trying to tell me that by coming to the House and performing my function constitutionally and returning to my office, I now have a hand? When you people were raising hand, the CCTV camera now, so the press caught everybody raising hand and voting for individual persons.
Let me just ask a question, but I'll ask it to Barrister Abuela this morning. Let me ask a question. When Obaseki said Schreiber tried to hijack the leadership of the House, that they had agreed on who would be the Speaker of the House and the leaders of the Edo State House of Assembly, and Schreiber tried to do a Maradona. What was he saying? Anyway, Mr. Ndikwe.
Yeah.
Let me make a comment.
Wait first. You see, Kelly, I think it's just political dramatics. Because that they rejected the 6 nominees doesn't mean they won't eventually accept them.
No, actually, they rejected 17.
Okay.
17, 22, 39 he sent, 22 approved, 17 rejected.
You see, it's in the character of legislators in Nigeria to reject and later accept. The National Assembly of late, they rejected Buhari's ways and means.
They later accepted it.
Thank you very much. That same thing may also happen in Lagos. However, Samuel Oluchi didn't worry himself, but what my friend Arichukwu is saying, it seems he's in London while we are in, maybe in Lagos or wherever, or Port Harcourt to be precise, because what he's saying will praise in Senate climes. Let me use that language, even though we are saying here. Because I tell you, in Nigeria, the governor is the architect of who becomes the speaker. Yes, he wants that particular person. He will not be seen to do it or to have done it, but he had done that. When you are not in the picture, that's what he's talking about, giving 5,000 and then the other one you pocketed it. And then it will be that it's you that executed. But they know exactly the source. Even the local government chairman, it is the governor that will lead an appointment of all of them. Just choose them and then you have what we call a charade of election. See, Nigerian politics is vested on whoever is the head. And remember, when you people and Jamala were talking about who is indeed backing the speaker, I don't know the force that is bigger than the president, the current president himself in Lagos State. I don't know the force that is bigger than him. As a matter of fact, he is the chairman of all the people that have meant anything in Lagos State. He has Lagos State and the government. If not, Ambode wouldn't have left office. So even if that one is serving the purpose of Ambode or whoever, then Ambode should be very careful that he will not fall again. And because the second fall will be worse than the first one.
Barrister Jamala, you were saying something before. Barrister Arochukwu interjected. You want to add a few things before we go for the news?
It's very simple. Between Obaseki and his deputy, I think the question you asked, to answer you straightforward because of want of time, is my senior was trying to say, yes, the legislature does their work on the face of it with the whole of their mind. But something influences their mind before the proceedings. And so their mind is somehow caged and they are being monitored to act in a particular form, most times against their wish. But because there is nothing they can do, they go ahead to execute. If you are to ask me to go and do a particular thing and you're holding my child, maybe my only son, hostage somewhere, and you're asking me to go and deliver a parcel, and I knowing very well that that parcel is a contraband, what do you expect me to do in order to save my son? I may grudgingly do it. But doing that act, can you attribute it to me doing it independent of my free will? You can't say so. That is the same thing that plays in politics. For Baseki and for Shwaibu was trying to build a way to see how he can influence the other way around. No, if I appoint you, your loyalties to me are not to the other person. I remember deputy governor is like a spare tire. So he was just trying to look and see how he can have one or two loyalists that will be somehow listen to him. So he's tried to play the Maradona way, but
it didn't work. We can't say it did not work.
For now, we don't know if
it worked. Exactly. Let's go for the news update. We'll be back in a moment.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Riverside Signage and Advertisement Agency says faith-based organizations cannot erect billboards or signage outside their premises. Acting Managing Director of RISA, Oke Anthony, stated this during a visit to the scene of the incident where 5 persons lost their lives from electrocution at Rumosi in Obiakpo local government area. He accused faith-based organizations of using the back door to erect billboards, stressing that the agency never gave the church approval to mount the billboard, which he said does not meet engineering specification. The MD noted that RISA is the only agency that can give approval for outdoor advertisement in the state and assured that illegally erected billboards will be brought down by the agency. The Niger Delta Development Commission has signed a contract agreement enabling the re-engagement of KPMG to provide it with governance advisory services in order to mitigate economic wastage. The managing director of the NDDC, Samuel Oboku, who spoke during the signing, expressed belief that a partnership with KPMG, an international company which provides audit, tax and advisory services to its clients, will help the Commission to mitigate risk, grasp opportunity and regulate the Commission internally. Oboku, while giving reasons for the agreement, explained that the partnership will help the NDDC deliver on its mandate, which is adding positivity to the lives of the people of the Niger Delta region. The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, says the 10th National Assembly is determined to promote gender equity. He said this during the International Conference on Women in Governance organized by the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies in Abuja. The Senate President highlighted gender stereotypes and biases as well as the absence of modeling as some of the factors that have hindered the low turnout of women in governance. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Joe Biden says he's not surprised at the news that the head of the Wagner mercenary group, Prigozhin, may have died in a plane crash in Russia. Prigozhin's name was on the passenger list of the aircraft which crashed northwest of Moscow. The crash came 2 months after he launched Wagner on a short-lived rebellious march on Moscow, aiming to force the removal of the country's military leadership. Last month in Helsinki, Biden jokingly warned that Prigozhin, whose elite Wagner force has played an important role in the war in Ukraine, should watch his step after his abortive rebellion. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning and thank you for your time.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Join the one-day free medical outreach by Queen Cecilia Wada Johnson's Foundation, CWJF, in partnership with Doctors on Call, Downtown Entertainment, Matilda Group of Schools, Shipbaits Nigeria, Masoyo's Global Services, Sir Edward Blended Scotch Whiskey for a one-day free medical outreach to everyone present at the Ekinebo Clan Civic Center, happening today, August 24th, 2023, starting from 8 a.m. to sunset. Make it a date.
Make it a better place.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, well, thank you for staying with us. Before we dive back to where we left off before the news, our conversation, we have guests from My Rehoboth Global Dynamic Services in the studio. One-on-one private classes, training on accounting software and Excel, right? Good morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning.
Okay, so tell us what you do at My Rehoboth Global Dynamic Services.
My Rehoboth Global Dynamic Services is a company that into so many other issues like procurement and other services. But this morning, we came to give one part of it, which is training on accounting softwares. To train people who will probably need them to impart more skills to whatever they have had in their university, in their polytechnic, also probably in their different field of endeavors.
Okay.
Like, for example, you are an accountant, probably also a chartered, you're a master degree holder, you're a PhD holder. These are certificates, yes, and these are wonderful to have. But when it comes to the practical terms, going into the field to do this very thing which you say you can, Can you handle an accounting software properly? Can you also maneuver the Excel and using it to run out your accounting report properly?
Okay.
Can you do a task of 3-4 minutes with the use of Excel to ensure management or your boss or your superior in the office is able to understand what you are presenting to him or her as a report, a financial report? This is where we come in. We are saying that if you know you are an accountant, you are a graduate of an accountant, just fresh graduate, you also know that you are a current worker in an office, and you know you are struggling with your work, you are spending much time that you ought not to spend in a particular task given to you because you are not sufficient in the use of an accounting software. You are not sufficient in the use of an Excel. We are 704. And the second number you can call us on is 081 33193832. I repeat, 081 33193832. You know, when you heard about My Rehoboth Global Dynamic Services, we are also helping people who have funds and do not know what to invest it in. You contact us, we will share with you. First of all, want to know your passion. From your passion, we'll give you a business that when you are running it, you are running it stress-free. Right now, we are working on somebody's project that we are even looking for people to employ for him. We move your business to the point that when you are not comfortable, we completely hands off and you take off your business. So these are the many of such services we can offer to you. So we beg of you, please ensure you get this number first. You may have so many questions that you want us to answer. Make sure you have the number, call us or WhatsApp us, then we will be able to solve this problem with you. I repeat the number you can use to get me directly, 080 6043 9704. I repeat it again, 080 6043 9704. And the second number, 081 33 193 832. I repeat it, 081 33 193 832. Ensure you call us, and wherever you are, you don't want to move from where you are. You want us to come to you, it's possible. Whichever state you are, wherever globally you may need our services on this training, it is important. You're an accountant and you cannot make use of an Excel document. It is not telling good of you. You're an accountant or a chartered accountant, even that. You don't know how to operate on an accounting software like Sage 50, like Excel Pro, like QuickBook. It is an error. You need it. You need it to add more value to the certificate you are carrying, to make you more employable. It makes you more employable. When your employer sees your CV or your resume, he looks at it and he's convinced that this person is ready to grow in the field, is ready to grow in the profession. And that is why we are calling on you and we are saying, please call this number. I repeat, if you call this very first one, you will be getting me direct, 080 6043 9704. I repeat, 080 6043 9704. You know, I didn't give you my name earlier. My name is Okoli Emmanuel Chukwebuka. Okoli Emmanuel Chukwebuka. If you call me, I'm telling you, you'll be marveled that all you have been studying for 4 years can be summarized in 2-3 days in an intensive training, one-on-one training. Do you want a group training with your friends in the office? Call this number and you'll be also be served in that manner. But why we say that it's a one-on-one training is because of the intensity of the training we want you to have. It's not a training that you just come and go through it. No, it's a training that after the training, you can be a facilitator yourself. You can be bold enough to tell your employer or to be bold in your job, in your area of job, to say, I know my job and I can do it effectively. This is why you need to call these numbers. Please, we beg of you, I repeat the number again. It's important you get the number. When you call, ask all the questions you want, and we'll be giving you your answers accordingly. Call this number 080-6043-9704. I repeat it again, 080-6043-9704. And the second number you could call is 081-33-193832. I repeat, 081-33-193832.
All right. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Stay with us. We continue with our review of the papers in a moment. Go nowhere.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
All right. We thank you for staying with us. Before we dive in, 16 minutes now past the hour of 9. One of our panelists, architect Bozimo, okay, lost his mom. I think this weekend. He lost his mom this weekend. If you had noticed, he was not here on Monday. Okay, he was not here on Monday, so his mom passed on at the weekend, and I've just been having it in mind to mention because he's a member of the family. He's been contributing. It's the least that we could do. So, Architect Ebi Bozimo, we at this time pray the comfort of God for you and your family, and the grace to go through this difficult process for you, your family, and everyone connected. Okay? You have our love and our prayers. You do have our love and our prayers, even in these trying times. Okay, now I have that out of my chest. Thank you for staying with us. Let's look at some of the stories, and we'll get to talk about a few moments from now. I would equally tease members of the panel if they feel the same way I feel about the visit of the Chief of Air Staff to the families of the deceased soldiers that paid the price. I'll ask them. In fact, let me even begin by asking them. I'll introduce, I know his name, but the title is right now, but let me still call him. Mr. Henry Kine is a legal practitioner, legal advisor for the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights.
Legal advisor.
Nationally, I got it. I'm not doing badly after all.
No, you're doing really great.
Welcome. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here this morning.
Okay, so since we have most members of the panel seated, let me ask Barrister Jamala. I'm hearing that the Chief of Air Staff paid a visit to families of the deceased personnel in Port Harcourt. He had to come. Is it a good gesture? I felt really proud.
Those that died.
The helicopter crash in Niger State. I felt really proud just hearing that he came by himself.
Yes.
Paid a visit to the families. I'm like, this is good.
It's a good one. I think it should be applauded in the first place. I think it's one of the first of its kind. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Okay.
For the head of the military, armed forces.
The Air Force.
Okay, the head of the Air Force, to personally identify these victims and sympathize with
them,
the bereaved family. Yeah, I think should be a little consolation on the part of the families who feel that yes, my our husband worked with death, then on those who are still serving, it somehow...
Not just the chief of family staff, must be personally involved with the family. At the burial of such a soldier, the president must be there to see the wife and children, to condole them. But more importantly, to assure and reassure them that Nigeria is with them and will take care of them, and do for them that, and do for them more than the deceased man would have done for them. Look, let me tell you, why do you think that Americans, particularly American soldiers, are willing to die for America? Because an American soldier knows that whether dead or alive, the people he left behind are secured.
They'll be taken care of.
They'll be taken care of. In fact, the situation is so serious that an American soldier knows that if he goes meeting in the battlefront, that a state of America must find him. In fact, an American citizen who is living in Nigeria knows, including our brothers who are blacks, who are citizens of the United States. We have members of our families who are citizens of the US, our own brothers here. They will tell you that the American government will come for them. So they have they don't entertain any iota of fear that if you harm them, if you come on their way, America must get to the root of finding the list of the American citizen. So even if they go meeting in the battlefront, they will be found. Even when a soldier dies in the battlefront, the American state is ready to trade living prisoners of war, living human beings, to get a dead body. In fact, to recover a dead body, Americans are ready to lose more human beings to recover a dead body. It's a statement. So if a man dies in the battlefront, and the chief of air staff or naval staff or army staff or minister for defense comes, that is the least expected in such situation, that they ought and must come to condole, commiserate with the family, reassure the family, and take care of the family. But more important, it is a way of reassuring those who are living and who are fighting. As I keep on saying, you must give a man a reason why he must die. And once you convince a man why he must die, certainly the man will die for you or some other person. So that is nothing extraordinary has happened. He must come and he must live by the promise. And the Nigerian state must take care of the soldiers, both when alive, when in the war front, and when dead.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
The question is, has it been happening?
Hello again. You know, today, you have to know how to approach Barry Sahara-Chukwu. It's very important. So I'm following him that way today. Mr. Edukwe, do you also feel like it's a good thing to have the Chief of Air Staff come pay a visit to the families of the fallen soldiers from that ill-fated helicopter crash in Niger State?
Yes, I think it's something worthy of, it's a duty that is worthy of note, because, for instance, if you see certain things will happen, a president will go himself. It attracts more seriousness and importance that the president so valued whatever it is that may have happened, and that's why he went there. And so in this case of condolence, that the Chief of Air Staff, I think so.
Yes.
Good. Went himself. It shows that himself recognized the sacrifices made by those his men. Okay, past no longer his men, past services of those men that have died in the service of the nation. So I think there's nothing wrong there. It's good he did that. Perhaps if he were so much engaged, he would have sent others. But I want to believe that there are several duties he may have outlined. He still skipped them to come.
Yeah,
it shows seriousness on his part. And again, I think even the people, the loved ones, and the state they came from, and all that will value it more than just you send another officer to go and then commiserate with them.
Okay, so let's look at some of the stories for opinion poll. I was going to take us before we even get there. There are some stories I want to take since we're still speaking of the military. The Chief of Army Staff, Taurid Lagwaja, gives us a hint as to what some members of the forces might be battling with: drug abuse, and PTSD. PTSD is a big deal. We're even told by the wife of our former president that the president still suffers from PTSD. We've heard from reports and documentaries that I've seen, I haven't met one personally, that soldiers sent to the front line, when they return, they're usually not the same. They suffer from a lot of things. So drug abuse, PTSD among Nigerian troops, worrisome. Army Chief. The Chief of Army Staff, Tarid Lagbaja, says the Army would organize more training to rejuvenate the fighting spirit of troops engaged in various operations across the country. Lagbaja spoke at the opening of a one-day seminar organized by the Army's Department of Transformation and Innovation for Troops of Nigeria Army 6th Division in Port Harcourt yesterday. He says the country is currently faced with a myriad of complex security challenges that put enormous responsibility on personnel to mitigate the challenges. To solve this, the Army must continue to review its tactics, techniques, and procedures, and come up with implementable strategies to defeat the adversaries with both kinetic and non-kinetic means. Also worrisome to us is the prevailing incidents of drug and substance abuse, as well as PTSD among troops deployed in the theaters of operation across the country. These concerns necessitated that troops are sensitized to the effect of drug and substance abuse and the management of the stress disorder in order to maintain combat effectiveness. I didn't take the views of Barrister Ekine on the visit of the Chief of Air Staff. Let me just take your views on that, and then you follow up with this. I just want to get your general feel if this is also worrisome and if it seems like we have a plan to respond to some of these trends.
Let me first join in commiserating with the families of our departed, deceased personnel of the Nigerian Air Force who were unfortunate in that ill-fated crash of the helicopter in Niger State last week. And that's actually MI171E. It's unfortunate, and then may their souls rest in peace, and then their families may find the places in their hearts and the strength to bear that loss. But the Chief of Air Staff has actually just done what a leader would do, given the need for encouragement of personnel under your control. And then, yes, those have passed, but those who are leaving should have a reason to feel that, yes, they recognize the services they are rendering to our country. That's the much I will say. My colleagues have actually said the much about it. It's a good one, it's a good gesture. He was making a point what it was usually happening. I think, yes, it's been happening. It's been happening.
That the chief will go by himself?
Yes, it's been happening. It's not the first time. I'm not sure that anywhere in your record that it's actually shown that it's the first time that any chief of any of the armed forces will make a comment or even probably personally visit even the other security agencies in some cases. It may be isolated cases, but it certainly may not be the very first time in the history that fallen members of the armed forces or even the police or any of the other agencies and that some level of the authority of that agency would not have visited personally, with even sometimes some gesture of giving some support. The Nigerian Army has actually had that kind of support to fallen heroes as well from time to time. The president may not be as often as the heads of these other departments may have, but in any case, I've always identified that the president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, so you could find the departments of the armed forces headed by those chiefs. So whatever they do on behalf of the president, the commander-in-chief. So it may not be everywhere where every fallen soldier may pass, and then you will go to commiserate. Then with the last you just read, my
substance abuse, PTSD.
Yes, it's a disturbing scenario, really. It's not just in the Nigerian armed forces. Anywhere in the world where you begin to find some kind of malbehavior of members of the armed forces, and it's traceable to substance abuse and then other psychological disorders, right, is really a concern. But maybe where the difference will lie is what have we been doing in our own case, and then how have we strategically studied this trend, and then what efforts have we actually exerted deliberately to ensure that we don't have this. Let me tell you, Kelly, it's not just in the armed forces, even in the other security agencies in this country, virtually all of them.
Police?
Yes, but our friends. Because yes, so that's, I think, it's a very disturbing scenario. But it appears that there's a little bit of comparative discipline when it comes to the armed forces, right? But that's not to say that the police and the other more civil aspects of the armed forces are not disciplined. But it appears that because we interface with them more often, we see all of this. Where you begin to see that environments where these personnel operate or even have their offices, and you find around closest to them, you see that alcoholic contents, some of substances are traded around them. There's naturally going to be that influence that they may be attracted to it, and probably in worse scenarios even be addicted. So that's why we worry even when you hear those extrajudicial killings and even unprofessional behaviors of personnel. You would imagine whether they're actually acting on the influence, Dutch influence we would say. That symbolically would mean probably taking some alcoholic content, but that's not to say the Dutch are the most drunk. Now, so that's worrisome. So if they have identified this, then the statement should also include what they intend to do. If it is deterrence in terms of those who are deliberately taking these substances, punishment. If it is something that's psychological and maybe, if you like, some therapy for these officers to desist from this and to control is also very important. But it's worrisome. It's worrisome. The danger is even such that not only that you be extrajudicial in your actions in terms of your dealings with civilians, but also how then focused will you be? Assuming you're drunk or you're under some influence that you can't control yourself, and then you're in the war front or in any situation to quell insecurity, are you going to be very objective with your judgments? But sometimes they will say, which I don't think is justified, that those high substances make them high. The morale will be high too, but that's not it. It's the training that should raise your morale, not the influence of those substances.
Pastor Jamala.
Yes, Kelly, if you conduct an assessment, or if you just pick up a random test of our security, let me not limit the discussion to the military alone.
You want to add the police?
There are other agencies now.
NSCDC.
Let's include all of them. Let me not be specific.
When you say the police, I know. I've had many encounters with them.
Okay.
There was one 4 a.m. I was going to the office. One of those days of lockdown, and an officer stopped me. And when he stopped me, by the time I rolled down the window, I couldn't breathe. My goodness, the guy was soaked in weed. You know what I said? Some mornings when I prayed my prayer, I said, God, I know that I know what to say. I'm supposed to be polite. They're not supposed to see fear in my eyes. But let me not run into those ones that the screws in their head are lost.
Kelly, how did you know it's weed?
We live in a society. The guy was soaked in it. And when I identified myself and everything, he said, go. As I drove, I said, thank you, Lord. You see that type? Tools.
Yes. Alcohol, the same thing.
You're wasted.
Around them and all of that.
So the police, my experience with the police,
it's because we come across them every instant.
I agree.
Try to be a man for us.
Being a man. If that is what they call being a man, I'm fine.
You know who you are.
Yes.
You better be a woman.
I don't want to be that man.
I think you exercise some level of wisdom in your rapport with that policeman. If you are gone the other way around, to be a little bit more of confrontational, or just ask him one silly question.
So don't rush me.
Heaven knows you would have been arrested.
That was just by the police station. That's RSU roundabout.
Yes.
That police station there. Yes. Just by the station.
Now, like I said earlier, if you are to conduct a random test, you'll find out that let me not over exaggerate, I think maybe 30-35% of our first men are into substance abuses, whatever name you call it. Now, the most common among them is the liquid one, the one that can easily get, like my senior colleague said, if you go to any of these stations, most of them, either inside or just directly outside, they sell these things. Now, you see an NDLA official seizing what they call Costco from a young man, detaining that young man, but at the turn around to take what is actually taken away from the other person in the presence of that person.
Even NDLA?
Yes. Yes.
NDLA?
Very well.
Nigerians now. Did they come from the...
Very well. Even NDLA's members, some of them, are very few of them. But like you said, the commonest one we see are especially those ones we interact. In fact, living near to the house, you may certainly meet one or two set of them. I was coming from Bayelsa to Port Harcourt one of these evening after a court section. If you're coming from Ahoda to Port Harcourt, immediately after Ilele, there's a checkpoint. There's U-turn there. Ilele, Alimini, there's a checkpoint. Now, the officer who was on duty on our own lane, when I was about 3 vehicles away from him, because I have this, I created my mind that I somehow study an officer before I get to that place so that I know exactly what to talk to the person. Some of them may good morning. Some will go as far as wanting to know who you are or your name. And so I saw this man, he was literally staggering and asking questions with a gun. Now, about the second vehicle to me, I have to park. I parked my vehicle and came out, walked straight to their caravan and asked them, please, who is the head of this formation here? One man asked me, what is the problem, barrister? And I said, please, can I see you privately? Because there were other policemen with him. And he obliged me, he came out. And I said, have you observed your officer over there? He looked at the man again and said, and tapped me, I understand, please you can go. He went there, asked the man to excuse and replaced another person. Now that was a danger looming. Because the next, or maybe if he has attended to, and it was sunny,
the slightest provocation.
The slightest gone that man should do before you search me. Good work.
Let me give you another experience. A police officer stopped me at Olu Obasanjo police station, and I asked him, is there a particular reason why you stopped me? The guy got angry. So now you want to tell me my job? I said, no. I know that you don't stop every vehicle. In fact, the one that just left before me, you were talking with him and something exchanged. Abi? So is it my hair? I should just turn and saw me park. Park. I laughed. And when he came close, I said, is there a reason? Is there a particular reason you stopped me? He said, can you ask me a question? I'm a police officer. I said, you're doing your job. But I have a right as a citizen to ask you questions.
So the bottom line is very simple. Let's look at a way of handling this ugly trend that is growing up. And if we are not careful, thank God the military have identified it. And I think by so doing, they look for how to, a little bit, they might not be able to completely remove it from the system.
But to reduce it.
But they can reduce it to the barest minimum.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Yeah, Kelly, our people say that whatever is worn on the hand doesn't need a mirror for you to see it clearly. It's in the system. When you people were maybe saying the military and all that, all of them. In fact, there are some of them, because even some that will not go as far as taking weights and all that, could take alcohol and then use it as tea and then bait it. Oh God. The way some of them that will ask you question when they stop you. You cannot, because it's risky. Sometimes the person you may ask, officer, what is they may pull a trigger on you And that's the end. A dead man does not know that something is smelling or not. So we have to be very careful. So if the military has identified this as a problem, and they've known that the officers are in it or into it, let them look for means and ways to end it. Not ending it completely that it will be eradicated, but at least to reduce it. Okay. That's as far as I can say on this.
Barrister Arachiko.
Well, Kelly, the practice is that when you send people to the war front, soldiers, and those soldiers are disengaged to come for holidays or to return for a rest when they are being replaced. The ideal thing the army does, the practice is to retain them in a military facility and debrief them, what they call debriefing. It will take some time. That debriefing goes with some form of rehabilitation before you push them back to the society. In fact, in our traditional societies, where we come from, Amibo, if men go to war, if they go to war and are returning from war, those of them who have killed somebody in war will not be allowed to enter the community. The community where they left, the community they went to defend, will not allow them to enter. They will keep them somewhere, first and foremost. Retrieve every weapon from them. If they are returning with human heads or human parts, you retrieve all that from them. And you keep them outside the community for some time, traditionally. And the others will reorientate them, reconscientize them. Certain rituals will be performed before they are allowed as humans to enter the community. Even those of them who committed violence in the war are still reoriented before they are allowed into the society. So it's a practice, even traditionally. You don't allow a man who has gone to war, and even when there is a fight, a major fight in the community, and there are bloodshed, the people who committed that in the traditional standard, first of all, the two families or villages are separated from having contact with each other to avoid revenge. The people who have done these things are taken away from the community to be oriented. The weapons they used are kept for some time. So for you to release a man from the war front and allow him to return to the military barracks or to mix in the society, it's a time bomb. It is not done. So if the Nigerian army does not do, in fact, even in secret service, if a secret service of a nation sends out men on an operation, particularly on APC services, and they stay for the air, they have suffered violence, they have encountered violence, and have meted violence, you don't allow those men to return back to the secret service. You keep them far away. In fact, there are even some of them that have been so damaged psychologically from the operation, you will not reabsorb again. You retire them from there and pay them off and keep an eye on them. Why? Because they have been so psychologically damaged, they are no longer fit to be useful to the organization again. So you remove them from that place. In fact, in some cases, in extreme cases, there are even to the extent to which in certain organizations, individuals are involved in certain acts of, even while they are doing services to their country, you debrief them or you dispose of them to avoid harm to the society. So you do not allow men who have suffered violence, who have perpetrated violence, to come back home. A man who has not been with his family for months, who have not seen his children from time for years, and then you bring back and mix them back to the society. Some of them take drugs in order to restore their sanity, and the situation just gets exacerbated or get worse. So all the security institutions must have this policy, must have this program of debriefing. Some it can be oral debriefing in the offices, some it requires to rehabilitation somewhere. It's a standard practice. Then you see, if we have had a lot of encounter with the police. There were some soldiers who were returning from Kaduna who passed out of NDLA, and they were coming back. So a policeman stopped them and were harassing the young boys. So when he was harassing them, they were not armed anyway. They were just trying to get to their homes. And in the process, he said that I have killed many people. Hi. So when he said that, one of them in the vehicle, who is a relation, who is a lawyer too, he's driving them, called me and told him, okay, no problem. Drive the distance to the town, locate the area command or the CP, and make a complaint. He did, and the CP invited the man. And I told him that there is only one thing we are asking for. The man did not harm any one of you. He said, I have killed many people. And you got him on tape. Please, we want to know those people he killed in the past so that we can initiate the process of justice for them. Because since you didn't suffer any harm and this man has killed many people, possibly for the police or for himself, please emphasize on that he has killed many people. That is my interest in the case. So that let us know exactly those who have killed. Because some of these people have gone without justice. Opportunity has come down for them. So when we met the policeman, I said that the only thing I want to know is those you have killed. Just tell us about those you have killed. Don't bother about this one. The man said he's retiring from the police in a few months' time. Is that how his efforts will go? I said your effort does not amount, all you will be paid and all you have earned does not amount to one innocent man you've killed. So tell us those you've killed. That was where the investigation got and it became difficult for everybody. I said, tell us those you have killed. Just say it. Because if these military boys go and now get the areas of assignment and they come to you, that place you normally stay, you know they will kill you now because these are young boys who are just absorbed into the army. They can come to that place and kill you. So it's good we resolve all these things so that everybody will go home safe. So when you go there tomorrow to collect money, you know nobody is coming after you. And you will find it. So the point I'm trying to make is that some of them will even boast before you, I have killed many people. Some of them will even tell you, I will kill you and nothing will happen. Initially, I used to be hostile and antagonistic to them. These days,
that's not a good thing, no. It's
yes,
not a good idea.
Nobody has.
In fact, these days,
it's never a good idea.
These days, I have decided to accept them as part and reality of my existence as a Nigerian. I see the irregularities in the police as part of my life. That is, as part of my existence. The way you get to any of our road junction, if you're not careful, your phone will be stolen, your bag could be snatched. I have accepted that abnormality that as a Nigerian, this is part of my life. So every day I will encounter this. Why am I getting excited about it? I'm not living here very soon. There's no such plan for now. So why not learn to live with these people? It's only when you have that kind of mentality that you will not lose your head.
Okay.
I think, one thing quickly came out, especially from his very incisive analysis. Beyond the substance taking, right, and even probably other influences, the psychological components appears to be some that may not be driven by substance, but some experiences and realities of some individuals. It may not even be the exposure to war front and other violent conflict realities. Right? It could also be by family experiences. So how do we check the psychology of our military personnel, including the police and others, at time of recruitment and from time to time? I recall that there was a time we were having training with senior police officers in Lagos. That's the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, and I was there in Lagos. All of the senior police officers in the Lagos State Command. And one of the topical issues was actually the need for regular training of these personnel, and emphatically the psychological aspect of their training. Truly, if we round up, since we interface more with the police, if we round up members of the police force and we do critical, objective psychological analysis of most of them, many will not be deployed to work.
Many
will not be asked to resume duty the next day. But we don't do that. Do we even have psychologists in the police? If we do have, that department, is it functional? If it's functional, do they really engage them? And if they do, is it objective? Or just that we have limited numbers, so it doesn't matter whether you're not psychologically fit for work today, just still go on the road? The experiences are many. I thought I wouldn't live to have my second son when I was returning from an annual general conference from Lagos to Port Harcourt along the Warri East-West Road. I tell you, that evening, I thought I had already gone because the inspector had already cocked his shotgun. I am telling you, we were stopped, and I learned my lesson that day. Really, he was indeed, the fume was dispelling as he was drunk, but he was an inspector. And unfortunately for us, he was the head of the team. So there was even no other person to approach to call him to order. Rather, it was the junior officers that were trying to prevent that myself directly. The man just came to me. He felt that the way they were operating, that I was doing something with my phone. I said nothing. What saved me was that I delivered the phone. I said, look at my phone. They opened. I said, look, we opened nothing. But he insisted that I was doing something with the phone and that he was going to shoot me. And it was dark already.
In fact,
so
Kelly,
the psychology thing is beyond substance taking and all of that.
Let me even tell you something. You see, I have worked.
Made him see double.
Yeah, you see, I have worked closely with the police for the years I am a lawyer, and I've discovered something. Our police force, for instance, should not be the dumping ground of those who couldn't have a better start in life. Yeah. For instance, our police force should not be that a man couldn't write to jump and why I can pass successfully, and the police becomes another bus stop. Because you see, when they do recruitment in the police, when I say authoritative because I'm a Nigerian. The people being recruited are our own brothers and sisters, our own uncles and cousins. The people we are complaining of are our own relations and friends. These policemen didn't fall from the moon. They are us. They are our classmates. So it shouldn't be that you couldn't. If you can't write WAEC, keep on writing until you pass. If you can't write JAM, do the same. But let us not have a dumping ground of men who couldn't make it in life. Neither should we use the police as opportunistic place for men who have made it from elite backgrounds. Because there are two classes of people in the police. Those who had a hard start in life who couldn't make it and use the police as a leeway. And those who have made it successfully and who want to use the police as a springboard to get to the top of their career. So you find out that the policeman gets annoyed if I come to say, I'm Barrister Rochukwu, please, I am here. For the way I say the barrister, it triggers madness in him.
Yes.
And to me, there is nothing complicated. It's like I'm a journalist and that person tells me I'm a medical doctor. In fact, I don't even need to. Why I even use the word barrister when I get to their station so that they can even start listening to you. Because sometimes when people complain to me, I say, return back to the station, do this and do that. They say they didn't listen to them.
Man, I don't even tell them I'm a journalist too.
Good.
Because some of them don't like to hear it.
Exactly. So when you say so, it springs of violence in their man. And when you speak English too, it gets some of them worse. And I tell them I can't communicate with you in Yoruba, Hausa. We can only use a language that's on that. Look, I went to police station to somebody sent me to the police that the brother had a problem. I came there and I saw the brother is outside. A man that was bleeding, seriously bleeding, is inside. And I asked the brother what happened. The brother told me, the other brother sent me that the man that is bleeding, look at the idiot here. And I asked the policeman what happened. He now pointed at the man that was bleeding, severely wounded, as the idiot. I said, and I asked him, who did this? He said, it's the young man that I came for. I said, this young man, if he's the one who did it, should be the one in detention. Why the man in detention should be in the hospital? He said, is it the way I do my own? I said, my client should be in detention. The man in detention should be in the hospital. And what the man said is, he said, he saw these Yorubas. I told him, what has Yoruba got to do with what we are doing? You injured somebody. The person is bleeding. You locked the person up. So if he collapses himself, what are you going to do? I said, remove him, replace him with this one. Why this one goes for treatment? And the man became mad at me. Why? Because the person who sent me to go and rescue to go after the brother is a rich man, and who all of them are in his payroll. But the question now is this: from my own investigation, his brother is responsible for the quarrel. You saw a man urinating. You are asking him, why are you urinating there? And the man said, why are you asking me? You punched him and wounded him. Are you the minister for urinating?
Task force.
Now look at it this way. So you see the mentality. Then the man, the police officer who ought to be neutral, is not trying to keep a healthy, strong man who has inflicted wound on another in detention, and then you are annoyed with me and the man actually gave me a slap.
The officer,
and I replied it immediately. I didn't hesitate to reply it. I said, he said, are you sick? How can you do a thing like this? And by the time they took the man to the hospital, the man needed blood transfusion to survive.
Can you see?
And I told the man who sent me that, look at how you people behave. You go about giving these police people money. Look at that one innocent man would have died. Your brother has become task force on urinating.
Okay, so let's introduce this story. When we come back from the news, we'll look at it. 8 Niger communities surrendered to bandits warlord Dogo Gide's leadership. Call him governor. I'll just go through the story so members of the panel can just hear, and then when we come back after paying some bills, after the news update at 10, we'll look at this story and then our local story for Real Talk. We're barely 2 weeks after bandits group led by Dogo Gide shut down a military helicopter on an evacuation mission in a village in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. About 8 communities in the area have surrendered themselves to the leadership of the bandits warlord and have decided to pledge their loyalty and allegiance to the group. The communities mentioned, I'll just leave out that, why not? Kusasu, Kwaki, Chukuba, Golani, Apa and Nakuna, Yanka and Kurebi, where the bandits warlord has continued to operate with impunity for the past years. According to reliable sources close to the communities, the over 1,000 inhabitants of these communities last week contributed foodstuff to join the warlord to celebrate the successful shooting down of the helicopter without any major reaction from the authority, and have equally submitted themselves to his leadership, adding that they now address him as governor. It was gathered that the decision of the people to accept him as their leader was informed by the fact that despite the killing of the soldiers and shooting down of the helicopter by the bandits, the authority has not taken any major step toward the bandits, stressing that the only way for them to submit themselves and the group to the group, it is because it appears there is nothing anybody can do about the situation. This has further revealed that the recent pronouncement by the state governor, Umar Mohammed Bago, that he is contemplating going into dialogue with the bandits rather than sticking to his campaign promises of going all out against the criminals, further demoralized the people and have therefore concluded that the only way for them to have peace and to go about their farming business is to submit themselves to the bandits and his group. As I speak with you, the people are planning to give him a title and made Dogo Gide their king in these communities. At the moment, they refer to him as their governor because since the bandits have been operating in the area for the past 8 years and killing people, no governor of the state or any political leader has visited them. These people have lost hope in their leaders and they believe that nobody can rescue them from the hands of these bandits and restore peace in these communities. So you don't blame them for pledging loyalty and allegiance to the warlord and his group, if that is the only way that they can have peace and embark on their farming business. It was also learned that following this development, some members of these communities have volunteered to serve as intermediaries between the people and the bandits and his group for ease of communication and harmonious relationship. Some more sources from the Nakuna community, one Malam Yohana, who was sometime arrested by special hunters operating in the area on suspicions of being an informant to the bandits, is now serving as the middleman between the bandits and his community, while in another community someone else is serving as the middleman. Meanwhile, the bandits group, loyal to the warlord and members of Boko Haram sect, have shared territories within which to operate among themselves to avoid any further clash. So I'll leave us to think about this. When we come back, we'll begin from here. The question I asked was, would you blame members of the community if they decide to pay allegiance to these warlords if it seems that the state is unable to protect them? Ask the question on social media. We'll explore this story after the news update. Please stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Scores of people are reported to have been trapped in a collapsed 2-story building at Lagos Street in Garki area of Abuja. Confirming the reports, the Federal Capital Territory Emergency Management Agency said at least 37 persons were rescued and 2 others fatally injured. The head of public affairs of the agency, Nkechi Issa, in a statement noted that the rescue operation is ongoing to search for more victims. While an unspecified number of persons are reported to have been killed, Issa said a combined team of the FCT FEMA, Federal Road Safety Corps, and the FCT Command of the Nigeria Police are on ground to rescue and evacuate victims. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has urged citizens with prepaid meters to update them before November 2024. The regulatory body said users who fail to update their meters before the set date will not be able to recharge their prepaid meters. NEC, in a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, said updating the meters attracts no cost. The regulator said electricity distribution companies would start to issue free token to enable the update. The National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress APC has announced the names of officers to fill vacant NWC and zonal positions of the party. The National Secretary of the party, Ajibola Basiru, made the announcement during a media briefing on the outcome of the NWC meeting held at the APC National Secretariat. The outgoing National Deputy Chairman for North, Abubakar Keri, has been replaced by Borno Party Chairman Ali Dalori, while Mary Idele from Edo State took the position of the outgoing National Woman Leader, Betta Edu. Both Keri and Edu were recently appointed ministers by President Bola Tinubu. While Edu was appointed Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Keri was appointed Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Joe Biden says he's not surprised at the news that the head of the Wagner mercenary group, Prigozhin, may have died in a plane crash in Russia. Prigozhin's name was on the passenger list of the aircraft which crashed northwest of Moscow. The crash came 2 months after he launched Wagner on a short-lived rebellious march on Moscow, aiming to force the removal of the country's military leadership. Last month in Helsinki, Biden jokingly warned that Prigozhin, whose elite Wagner force has played an important role in the war on Ukraine, should watch his step after his abortive rebellion. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Join the one-day free medical outreach by Queen Cecilia Wada Johnson's Foundation, CWJF, in partnership with Doctors on Call, Downtown Entertainment, Matilda Group of Schools, Shipbaits Nigeria, Masoyo's Global Services, Sir Edward Blended Scotch Whiskey for a one-day free medical outreach to everyone present at the Ekinibo Clan Civic Center, happening today, August 24th, 2023, starting from 8 a.m. to sunset. Make it a date.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's glad being here today.
Mr. Casey, a lot of people want to know what the Nigeria Business Mastery Group is all about.
The Nigerian Business Mastery Group is an international business partnership organization that shows smart and forward-thinking people how they can raise funds for businesses or projects. The word there is raise, right? So what is done in the Nigerian Business Mastery Group is that we will show you alternative ways you can use to raise the funds you need to set up that business that you have been trying to set up over a period of time. Now, since 2016, the Business Development Assistance Program has been helping people build their businesses by providing them a real-life functional roadmap that helps them raise business capital. Now, we know that having the capital to start your business is not just enough. That you have the capital does not mean your business is going to be successful. As such, if you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program. But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now. So what we do is that we don't just help you raise the money you need for your business or project. We'll also mentor you to ensure that that business or project you've started becomes a very successful business.
Now, Mr. Casey, looking at your explanation, what are the categories of people you will want to engage in the Nigeria Business Mastery Group?
I'm going to list out the category of people based on the kind of problems we can help them solve, right? So the people we're looking at are people in the following category. 1, do you have a plan to start up a business? Pick up your phone and text yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you have a business that needs money to expand? Pick up your phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you need to raise money to pay fees for your children? Pick up your phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you need to raise money to pay your rent? Pick up the phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Do you need to raise capital for whatever smart project you have in mind? Whatever it is you want to do and you've had that project in mind for a long time, for years, you've not been able to raise the funds and you don't know how to raise the funds. Pick up your phone and send yes to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Because the Nigeria Business Mastery Group has a functional working plan on ground that we use to help you raise funds for your businesses or projects over a period of time you choose. So we challenge you to deal with your cash flow problems today by letting the Nigeria Business Mastery Group help you today. If you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program. But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now. The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group will be on ground to discuss with a limited number of people who we will assist in raising capital. So, if you are with your phone, get ready to text yes, right? Do not delay. Pick up your phone now and get ready to be the first to send yes to the number I'm going to be calling out in a short while. So, don't just sit down there and hope your life gets better. Know this. Hope is not a business strategy. The moment you sit down there hoping for your life to get better, you are wasting precious time because hope is not a business strategy. Talk to our consultants and be one of the first to benefit from the Business Partnership Assistance Program of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. So, if you'd like us to help you raise the funds you need for your business or project, send yes, YES, to
0803 201 6820. 0803 201 6820.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0803 201 6820. 0803 201 6820.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0803 201 6820. 0803 201 6820.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
All right, we have a guest in the studio, African Town Land and Properties. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning to you, Kelly.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. Good morning to our clients, our listeners, and potential clients.
What's on the menu for today?
So today I'm here again to preach the gospel of African Town. And African Town is a global city created in this, our very unique state, River State, to bring people from all over Africa and the world together in one place to enjoy the beautiful nature of Africa. African Town is where everyone feels at home, no discrimination against nationalities, tribe, or race. And people from every other African countries can buy land there. South Africa, Ghana, Cameroon, and every other African country, like I've said, can buy and build their own type of village with their homemade food, culture, and traditions with excitement. Mixed culture with other nations, and this is more than just an estate. So African Town represents all African countries, and the uniqueness in African Town is top-notch. African Town has also been in town for over 4 years now. Our head office is located along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in Ogun State. And we have our unique offer and promo is still running. Like yesterday I said, we've extended the duration up until the end of this month. So we are currently running a promo that you buy a plot of land for as low as 450,000 naira. And if you buy 10 plots of land from African Town, you will get a plot free of charge. You only pay for 10 plots, then you get 11 plots of land if you buy from African Town and Properties today. And all payments should be made directly into African Town account. If you get to our office, we don't collect cash. All payments are being made to the account, and any cash payment is considered invalid. So please take note of that. Thank you. And for record purpose, please come to our office today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza, Port Harcourt, Owerri Road in Omagwa, Ikwere Local Government Area. 47 Emmanuel Plaza. It is familiar to all bus drivers in the city of Port Harcourt and Owerri. So stop by at 47 Emmanuel Plaza, Port Harcourt, Owerri Road in Omagwa, Ikwere Local Government Area of Rivers State. We also want to say a special thank you to Mr. John from Imo State. I think he's concluded plans to, take 10 plots. Yesterday was really great. Thank you, Mr. John, and other clients, who came yesterday to buy, and a lot of people have been calling us even yesterday that, hey, when is it? Please take notes. We've extended it to the end of this month. 450,000 naira per plot of land. Buy 10 plots, get 1 plot free of charge. African Town is located at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza, Port Harcourt, Owerri Road, Omagwa, Ikwere Local Government Area of the state. You can reach out to African Town from wherever you are via WhatsApp, text message, or phone call on 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297. We are available in our office now as inspection starts every day except Sundays from 10 a.m. up until 5 p.m. Come to our office today. Come to African Town. Do a WhatsApp call, video or voice call. If you do a video call, we can take it to the site. Then we show it to you from wherever you are. We are not doing abracadabra. We show it to you. You see the land if it is good for you. But I'm sure nobody has ever complained about the land because it is a dry land. And our test, we have been passing our test because this is a marshy or rainy season where you find many lands to be, in the swamp. But African towns and properties have great land that is dry for you. So please call us today on 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297 for details and clarifications. Our promo, has been extended up until the end of this month. 450,000 naira, you get a plot of land. Buy 10 plots, get 1 free of charge. You can buy and develop our land for residential or commercial purpose. And there is also another town in African Town, Omagwa, called South Africa. We are taking our time, to develop that place for you so you don't have to spend so much in rehabilitating or developing the land. It is ₦1 million for that. South Africa inside African Town, Omagwa, is ₦1 million per plot. And you will see the value for your money if you buy there. Come to African Town today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza, Port Harcourt, along Port Harcourt Owerri Road, or you can reach us on 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297. You can ask, so what's unique about this African town? I've read out a whole lot though, but I'll have to repeat myself plus other details. All our land is dry, and you don't have to, spend so much to rehabilitate the land before developing it proper. And you can erect any building of your choice, either for commercial or residential purpose. Once payment is made to African Town and Properties account, you get your land within 24 hours. There is also room for you, our clients, to ask questions about our land during inspection. We don't gag you. And once you have made payment, all necessary documents are handed over to you. Free deed of conveyance and survey plan, no charges at all. And if you want African Towns and Properties to prepare your C of O, we can actually process it. You just have to give us a bit, just small time. We'll get it done for you. African Towns and Properties is just 10 minutes drive from the Port Harcourt International Airport. No additional fee payments like machine grant is attached to our properties or land. We have a team of professional drivers who conveys you to the site, for inspection, and that is free of charge. Inspection starts 10 a.m. every day till 5 p.m. except Sundays. African Towns and Properties is not just into land selling alone. We are into land and properties related businesses like housing, property consultancy, estate management, leasing of properties, and many others. You can call us today on 0703 103 2297. 0703 103 2297. And like I always say, lastly, remember, this is the best season to invest, as to know that we are selling dry land. Come to African Town today at number 47 Emmanuel Plaza in Omagwa, Ikure local government area of Rivers State.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, stay with us. We continue with our review in a bit. It's Today 95.1, Today's Quest, the newspaper review segment. Go nowhere.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Okay, we thank you for staying with us. Let's catch up on some of the stories before members of the panel will be seated for us to look at that story for opinion poll this morning. So let me begin with the story from Lagos. I'll just go through that story from Lagos. Senator adopts children of 8 allegedly killed by rogue soldiers in Lagos, and associates raise 55 million naira. Family, friends, and colleagues of slain Adeni Isani, an aide to Senator Solomon Adeola, came together on Wednesday to lay to rest the body of the deceased. Sani's widow, children, relatives, and other sympathizers shed tears as the remains of the late senator's aide were displayed during the church service and interred at the Redeemed Camp Vault, Mowe, along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Sani was murdered in the early hours of Saturday, August 5, 2023 in Lagos. According to a statement by the senator's media advisor, Kayode Odunaro, the late Sani was stopped by security agents at a checkpoint at Ojodu on his way to his home in Isheri, Lagos, and was asked to provide the documents of the car he was driving, which he did through his wife, who sent all the documents to his phone via WhatsApp. Odunaro said shortly after the wife called his associates to say she could no longer reach her husband on the phone, necessitating the mobilization of a search party. She was said to have been contacted later by passers-by through the next of kin phone numbers on her husband's driver's license that His body was dumped around the Toyota bus stop in Oshodi, Lagos, with gunshot wounds. In separate statement on Monday, Senator Adiola alleged that his aide was killed by a syndicate of soldiers operating under the newly deployed commander of 9th Brigade, Ikeja Cantonment of the Nigeria Army, Brigadier General Insekan Edet, through the mounting of checkpoints and robbing of lone occupants of cars. Speaking to correspondent of The Punch, where I'm reading from, after the funeral service, Babatunde Raji Label, who is the Director General of the campaign organization of Senator Adiola, disclosed that the federal lawmaker had adopted the deceased children, all of them, about 3 of them. He added that at the instance of the senator, the deceased associates had raised 55 million naira to take care of his aged mother, grandmother, and immediate family members. He also said Adiola had decided to place the deceased mother on a monthly salary for life. Raji Lebel, the children, said the children have also been adopted by the senator and will take care of the children aside from the payment of their fees. The day after Sani died, the senator advised that we should raise funds for him because he has children, a mother and a grandmother. We called on friends and associates, and as of now, we have exceeded 55 million naira. I'm not sure if the engineers are listening to me. There's a sound like horn from somewhere. I can't trace it. Please, if you guys can assist me. I can't trace where that sound is coming from right now. Okay? Looking at my faders, so it's probably from one of the systems. Please. This is to clear that the children's fees from their current classes through secondary school education, so that the children will not have issues with their education. That's the 55 million and over that they raised. Will also retain their current school. The senator has instructed that all the remaining funds will be passed to the wife and the mother of the deceased. He also promised to put the mother on a monthly salary until God calls her home. He would also be doing the same for his wife. Raji Label expressed optimism that Sani's killers will be caught and justice served. So that's the story I was supposed to read earlier. It's a good feeling. The fact that they're still pursuing justice, and while that is being done, the senator has adopted the children of the late aide and also put the family on allowance. Okay, give us a moment. Okay, so we're not talking about the story. Let's go to the story we introduced before we went for the news update. The saga in Niger State, where communities have surrendered to the bandits. The question I asked again on social media, I'm just going to read it out, because sometimes when we hear these things, are we losing the war because citizens don't trust the government to keep them safe and are left with settling with bandits for their survival? Price of Jamala.
Kelly, why are you starting with me?
That's the way I feel.
Ideally, every human being will lean on where there is trust. Trust of strength. Maybe it could be physical strength. And if there is trust of financial strength, you see that person too also leaning on that side. For survival. Now, the primary responsibility of government is to make sure that its citizens, aside other purposes, that the citizens are secured, both their lives and their properties. But the situation that the citizens of those 8 communities and others they found themselves is that they've lost hope in government. Growing up, if you hear that a military man was slapped in a particular community, I think that community will be on self-exile. Everybody will desert the community for the fear of the slapped military officer.
And when you say growing up, it's like something that used to happen years ago.
It's still not.
It's still on.
It's still on. But that fear is no longer there again. You can see that
the fear is not there.
The fear is there, but it's not. It cannot be equated to the past. Before, if you see a military man coming on the road alone, if you see a military officer walking on the street alone, you see some.
And it is even rare to see them.
You go into hiding. The purpose of the military officer coming, you don't even know, but you are running because you don't want to be the one that will tell the story, right? Now we hear that about 30 something, or they reduced it to 18 military officers, but they said they are Air Force men, they are all in the military. Now a military plane was gone down.
That's almost 30 fatalities now.
Yes.
They
recorded 30, but they are trying to suppress it to 18.
The army account is higher.
It's even higher.
The army account, yes. They made a statement. Air Force, the defense, GHQ made a statement confirming that fatalities from the aircraft as well as the boots on ground.
Yes.
Over 20 something.
All right. Now 20 something military personnel were ambushed and killed. Some brought down from the air. And like from the report we are reading, up till now, nothing is said to be happening. And so the villagers are now in the belief that it seems their Dogo is more powerful
than
the government, which ought not to be so. There ordinarily should have been a response. We cannot foreclose the military from taking actions for now. Maybe they are still in the planning stage. Since it is a military, security actions to be taken, they need not come to the public to tell us what they are doing. Now, the fate of these 8 villagers, they've surrendered to the one who they feel for now is more powerful than the governor. Do you want me to blame them? No, I really will not want to do so, because if you have lived in the Niger Delta, especially in the River Rhine, where some of these our gentle boys are taking control of our rivers and some of our communities, you live at their mercy. And if you know you do not have a superior power over them, then you live at their command. So that's exactly what is happening to these 8 communities. They can only go to the farm if these bandits
are pleased with them.
Yes, are satisfied that yes, we've given you the approval, go to farm.
Wow.
Now, there is government, but it seems there is no government in these 8 communities, because to them, they feel the government has abandoned them. And there is a new government, someone who is exercising the authority over them. So they want to pay allegiance to that person so they could live to see tomorrow. Maybe government will remember them.
Well, it was in this studio some weeks ago when we talked about the governor making a statement. I think he was making a statement to the army chief, 6th division, I think 6th division, about people carrying guns in some communities and stuff. And he told the army chief to do something about it. And then some communities responded to say, why are you calling our community? What of your own community? And then Asari Dokubo was mentioned as brandishing weapons and all of them. And nobody said anything, but another group was being punished for it and stuff. And the argument at the time from some persons were, hey, but for what he's doing, we won't be able to go to our community because of the insecurity on that road that the government has refused to do something about. Let me ask Barrister Ekene, are we now getting to that failed state that people like to hold on to and argue as to our current reality?
The indices, the conditions are burgeoning, they are increasing, they are becoming more and more that will justify that argument, even if I still hold that we aren't yet a failed state. I hold that still strongly. But where is disturbing, where you begin to hear more of non-state actors taking that center stage of controlling
territorial control.
Yes, it doesn't have to be the entire Nigerian territory, but where any aspect, any part of the Nigerian territory taken over by non-state actors should worry the state structure, really. But let me say, maybe from the point of view of what I've come to know with my closeness to one of my friends, a consultant, and he was actually consulting for Niger State, the immediate past government with the governor, and I provide legal services for him. That state has been one that unfortunately has come to the grip, unfortunately, of these bandits in that part of the country, to the point that that government at that time, and with that engagement with my friend, was to deploy some strategic military intervention, if you like, foreign intervention with respect to addressing the security challenge.
Foreign intervention?
Yes, not of personnel, in terms of hardware.
Okay.
To get facilities, technology, and all. It was very, very exciting. I was privy to what the plans were, to be able to cover the entire. Niger State is one of, I think it's even the largest one of the larger landmass. But that arrangement, which I'm quite privy, was to get the enabling security materials, gadgets, and all of that. That would have covered the entire stretch of that landmass, to the extent that it can be at one spot and control and see
what's happening.
Yes, but that hasn't quite got. So it's unfortunate that just now. And I also listened when the governor was making that comment of possible negotiation and all of that. Look at what is happening. That territory, states, communities are giving up to the bandits. You wouldn't blame, you ask the question, you wouldn't blame those villagers. And let me say, it is because this one is reported, there are a lot of communities even outside Niger State that have surrendered, including our state.
Our state, yes.
It's not bad. Including our state. In my local government, Ahuda West local government, if there is no other community, Udoda community, and an Ngene community in Ahuda West local government, I think it's a deserted community, that the people have surrendered their community to non-state actors. So these things are quite disturbing. My maternal community, I think they are probably sharing the community with non-state actors, and that's in Ahuda East local government. Okporowo, DRPG, Okoma 1 and all of that. You can't say that the natives of those communities, Okporowo in Ekpe, Odiabidi in Ekpe, Okoma 1 or some of those communities around in Ahuda East local government area. I am not sure that those community members are living as if they are the owners of the communities completely. Is it that they are sharing the community with non-state actors and of course probably the military in some regard? So these realities are quite disturbing.
So the military is operating alongside the non-state actors.
They'll say they are fighting them. They'll say they are fighting them. But for us, objectively, we would wonder whether there's actually a fight. Because we are fighting them, how do we measure the power between the non-state actors and us if we can smoke them out in a moment? Although the community is being occupied by non-state actors and then not the indigenous that have taken it up. And then where are the military? On that Orashi River, I know the one very close to my community. There is in fact, from Imbiama to my community, right, like you would see the checkpoints of the police here, that water, right, you would see not less than 5 military houseboats at different points. From Udoda to drive down to my community. In fact, just close to my community, about 3 of them. I don't know whether their focus is on the oil facilities and then the oil company, but otherwise, if on that Orashi River and along the communities around that, and then you have this, and then there are still communities that are deserted, what are we talking about? But then let's not lose focus of Niger State. Now,
it's the context is apt.
It's apt.
The reference is absolutely
apt, right?
apt as well.
Thank you.
Because it's still the same reality.
And I'm giving you, yes, these are communities, because it's the same thing. These communities have surrendered to these non-state actors in Niger State, right? And then as analysts here covering the entire field, Nigeria, there are other realities and communities that have given up. People don't go to their farms. So in the case of these communities surrender, then giving chieftains, and again, like when you were saying they said they call him the governor, yes they were. Now, and because what is the responsibility of the governor? If some individual is performing that responsibility for those communities, as far as they are concerned, that's the governor. So if the person is securing them as in that community, even if not legitimate, is providing security to the lives and property, and then they feel more secured under him and his elements, is their governor.
Is he really securing them, or he has oppressed them?
No,
what it means?
To the people, you are looking at that as oppressed. No, say
no, Kelly.
I mean, sorry, Kelly, my dear brother.
My argument is,
yes, I understand.
He has oppressed them, and it doesn't seem like help can come from anywhere. So they have now taken their oppressor as their savior.
What is security?
We have to.
How does the person feel when that he's secured? At some point, it doesn't matter who has provided that security you need.
Exactly.
That's the point we're making here. If it came by oppression, but the people now feel secured by this man and his elements, and like they said, and no other person has successfully countered him. It's their governor.
The theory is sound now. The colonial authorities
I still am not a bit comfortable with it. I agree. This is where I'm thinking from.
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody terrorizes me to the point that I surrender my free will to that person.
Yeah. Yes.
Because for all the times that I've been terrorized, I was hoping that help will come.
Yes.
But help never came.
Yes.
What it means is I've surrendered my free will to that person.
Yes.
I live at the dictates and pleasure of that
That's
person.
why we surrender to government now. I don't know.
That is government.
We surrender to government now.
Not willingly.
No, but you also know that there's a difference with the way we surrender to government than the way we surrender to some of these groups.
No. The only difference it makes for you, Kelly, is because we have surrendered to government and we are found to be somewhat psychologically comfortable
with the system.
This what you call government.
The political
came with the force now. It is the same combination they came with.
No, but the living standards cannot be the same.
Are they complaining?
Are you sure if we spoke with them, they won't be complaining?
No, you spoke with them.
From what you've read, what you've read so
even
far.
from what we read, you can hear the agony. You can hear the agony in what they were saying.
It may have started, but they've transited the point of agony. It may have started with agony, but they've transited the point of agony. They are at the point of satisfaction now.
Yeah,
they are recognizing the person. They are comfortable. They are at peace.
It doesn't.
But it's a failure of state. No doubt. Don't say we are not saying it's a failure of state.
Frankly, for me, it doesn't seem like they've accepted this. It's more like they've accepted the reality that they can't do anything about. That's
Which
really
is how you surrender.
That's really how I see.
No. At the point of giving a chieftaincy title to someone you are not willingly.
It happened in Zamfara State recently. Bello Matawali suspended the warlord.
Yes.
While he suspended him, they gave him a chieftaincy title.
He's suspended because it's the governor. He ought not to be seen supporting bandits.
The governor lifted that suspension. The governor lifted that suspension. Bello Matawali.
Because?
He lifted it because obviously it was clear that the people recognize him for their own collective
recall that you
security.
also read that the people said, even up till now, the supposed so-called government has done nothing.
Exactly.
So that is
Kelly,
okay.
Make it round so that we contribute.
Yes. Just to drop it here, the political theory. Right? The political theory that led to government, just like he was saying, started in this manner.
Exactly.
Nine humans were in a state of nature where everybody was exercising his own power as you will. If I came here and I thought that I was going to displace you from this, you're controlling seat right now because you're controlling us, and I sit over there, I become the anchor of this program. Right? But we lived on and we said, no, we can't continue in that manner, and that let us have some contribution of elements of our rights and our power to somebody, to Leviathan, and then that you now control, and then it became the origin of government. So if at any time we found that you are no longer competent or able to wield that power, we take it away from you and give it to someone else.
Exactly.
So can they take the power away from?
They have taken from the governor. They say there is no longer governor, but it's this man that is the governor.
Exactly.
The governor should come and fight and take it back.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, I think I have a different opinion from my friends here because the freedom these people have now is that of a snake and a fowl.
Thank God somebody understand what I'm saying.
You see, in government, whether it by a compulsion of one thing we must understand is that in government's own, we may not be receiving services that should be received. We may not be receiving attention of government and all that, but nobody will come and start fighting, killing people at random. None from government circles or one of the officials. And so there's a difference between, see, the freedom those people have now is predicated on their
obedience,
loyalty.
Yes,
completely. That is maybe more than 1,000,000%.
Yes.
Any of them that says now he want to state the right thing will go down
instant.
So for me, there's a difference.
That's how it is with government.
No, it's not.
If you disobey law, government will bring you down.
Immediately.
That must not be killing. It's total loyalty that will also make government rule over you.
No, government, let me, not government, please. Harry, let me tell you. See, in government soon, we know the rules and laws. We try to abide them. The freedom of movement, everything, association, everything.
People are enjoying
but
it.
you know that in Niger State now, unless what Dogo dictates,
that's what happens.
You cannot follow any other one.
It's only what government dictates.
No. See, there are certain things we have freedom here.
Like what?
In government, first, let me tell you, the freedom of religion in Nigeria.
Because somebody told you to have freedom of religion. The person can tell you no.
No. At least they've not told us that no. You see, let's not move ahead of
if they tell us no.
We can question
it
and go to court for that.
And you question it and get to court, and the court tells you no.
Because we haven't been able to establish a case, but we have the right to test it. In this case, you can't talk.
I'm telling
you, you can give to where
they can't talk.
They can't talk.
The Dogo on you can't talk.
Why
they
not?
Can't talk.
You can only talk what is reasonable to Dogo. You can only talk what is reasonable to government.
No.
So when it's not reasonable to Dogo?
In government,
government
can.
Yes, when it is not reasonable to government. Now, when it's not reasonable to government, you are in trouble.
Well, you see, it's my opinion.
Yes,
it's my opinion. There's a difference between the kind of governance from Dogo and that of government. Yes. But one thing, Kelly, like you asked, who am I to blame those people? It is only a living man that will know whether there's somebody as a leader or not. When you disobey the instructions of government, they will, like my friend Henry was saying, they'll bring you to a book by way of the law. Which law you also can challenge whatever decision reached in the court as far as the level is reached. Now, the Dogo own, whichever way we look at it, whether there's difference or not, protection has been given to them, which is rightly supposed to have come from government. And government did not do that. This other one by force came and said, you people should do this though. If not, you see here, will belong to another people. And then they agreed, complied. Because that's what they expected government to have done. And remember, like I said, there's a difference between his brand of protection and that of government. In government's own, they would have had more production, this protection and latitude to exercise their this protection. But here, they are boxed. They are completely boxed. Only what he wants to hear, they will speak. You know, in government's own, you can even dissent. You can dissent with the position, even policy of government. And nobody will come and kill you. You will go and challenge it in court. As Bola Tinubu, the president, is. His policy, you can go to court and challenge that. Try it on Dogo and then see where you will be.
People are even challenging his school certificate.
Good.
In court.
And again, let me say one
even
thing.
his mandate.
Thank you.
He cannot send force against them.
No. You know one thing, that's what we were saying about sit at home. You remember, is it Peter Mba of Enugu State and all that came and said, no, you do see. If you mobilize soldiers, they follow you behind. Nobody will come and shoot you now. Nobody. Now, when you say, this one did not come out, you now, I think they said tax clearance, it will reach where you produce tax clearance, and everything, he goes home. Then the whole bad people came out again and see you there. Once 2 or 3 persons go down, you see others will lock up their shops and run away. The governor is still where he is. Before you can follow his mobilization of soldiers to come out again, he will be faced with the reality of 3 persons having died. So for me, the people that are observing the sit at home are not that they are cowards. It's only a living man that will know about tomorrow. It is this same kind of fear. If those people now say we don't have governors in our states because these boys have established themselves and the government is not doing anything, what else? So I don't blame anybody who has done so. But the issue is that if you go religiously, you have to show allegiance on issues that do not violate God's standard with government, not with renegades that come out. But as it stands now, it is the renegade that has given them the protection that government is supposed to have given.
Let us not forget that there are different variants of governance style.
Exactly.
The parameter you're using to analyze this is the Western liberal democratic variant.
Perfect.
So when you think so, you do it. See, have you forgotten that even in democracy, there are variants of democracy?
Yes.
Exactly.
Mark Fastin has written The True World of Democracy. It's a very small pamphlet. It's the monograph. I said there are variants of democracy. There's even the African democracy and the Western liberal democracy. Then outside even democracy, there is totalitarianism.
Yes.
So if you think that what those 8 villages that they must absolutely 100% be loyal to Dogo, so don't even question. If you like, call it totalitarianism. But if they have a government and the people are willing and just by themselves submit to, and they are getting the most important responsibility of government,
Protection.
is security and protection and welfare of the citizens. So if Dogo could effectively, comparatively better than the supposed government and secure the lives and property of these people, and their territory is secured, and then the welfare aspect of it is a consequence, meaning that they can go to farm and Dogo's men surround that territory and nobody can come and disturb them, and they farm and their welfare is enhanced and improved. Sorry, I am not justifying this kind of lawlessness.
Very, very
but
well.
theoretically, if this is happening in any way, if you like, call it a new regime within the Nigerian territory, and that's why they're there. If the Nigerian state or that of Niger thinks that is treasonable in a way, or that they go and fight it back and take the territory.
Kelly, let me tell you.
Sorry, I'm being theoretical.
There's a difference between Dogo's protection and that of government. See, in my village, I just want to forget about the Western liberal democracy or whatever. Let's come home. In my own village, what we have is more or less system that represent democracy in running of our own. Before all this light came and all that in terms of education, do you know that if you are there with our chief or the overall king and somebody who is so powerful somewhere, maybe had an altercation with the king and he came in, steal some part of that village, conflict starts. Whoever eventually won will establish his own rulership. That's how it was going in African land and all that.
And it was beautiful.
Good. No, I don't know about the beauty of it. I don't know about the beauty of it. So what I'm saying is that Dogo has done that. But remember, as at the time the real king was leading them, they were latitude. They have freedom. But this one that conquered them, and the people have seen them to become themselves as conquered people, they will not exercise freedom completely, because they only go with the directive of the supreme leader. I have come again with that expression.
These are slaves now.
He becomes, yes, that is it. They are slaves.
These are slaves.
They are slaves.
They've been forced to loyalty.
You know, it happens in Borno State.
Yes.
In Borno, this same thing, where they had the people they named governors and all the officials of government, they named them in all those
even in Castina, where they set up caliphates. Lai Mohammed said, just because they have caliphates and they are collecting small fee.
He said, like Lagos boys.
Like Lagos boys.
Oh my God.
Does it mean that we have failed?
Look, let me tell you something, Kelly. The issue of what happened in Niger, just as my colleague said, has been happening in Nigeria and will keep on happening in Nigeria. And I'm one of those who say that Nigeria is a failed state. Let me give you an example. If you are driving around Port Harcourt now, if you are in a public transport, you see that a bus stops somewhere to pick somebody. You just see a lone man come out from somewhere and say, give me my money. And before you know, he extracts 50 naira or 100 naira from the man. That place, he owns it. Any boss, any keke, anybody, even you with your private car up there, you give him something else. As he's doing that, he look in front of you, there is a policeman. All over in fact, if you come in Nigeria, there are private markets. Markets owned. There are bus stops owned. There are spaces owned by individual persons across the country in all the states. They stay there, it's their own. In which country on earth handles this taxation process like that? If government builds a road, the government will provide street lights. Then some other individual will stand and be collecting tolls from citizens of the... I thought all of us should pay our taxes to the government who will now gather this wealth and use it for our own welfare. But it is happening. Even our policemen drive to those posts often and get their own share of the money collected by these individuals. Go to Eleme Junction, go to Rumola, go to everywhere. All that money being collected. Who gives? Don't we know? We all know that some those things, taxes and boxes are supposed to be paid to the local government. It is all like that across the country. Then come to talk about territories that have been taken on the course of this crisis from the day this Boko Haram something started. That of Niger is just a new development. It has happened severally in different places. Now, you will agree with me that no reasonable army ever launches men to battle without having a backup force in case of an emergency. The idea is that if infantrymen or Air Force encounter challenges, they will radio their base for a reaction.
Reinforcement.
For reinforcement. You don't. So if those men went to war that day and they had a challenge, a difficulty, shooting down that helicopter was a major one. One would have expected that there's a ready force that will move into operation immediately too. First, to see whether they can rescue any of the soldiers. Secondly, to see whether they can advance. And there are commanders along the chain of command who will be there to receive those men and give them instructions and intelligence. So for that accident to happen, and for a few days, possibly a week, nobody has come, it made Dogo and his men advance. Because Dogo and his men advanced when they found out that they have made some progress. They had the courage to leave their hideout because they live in the forest, to come into the city or into the towns or villages because they knew that the place is clear. If they knew that Nigerian Air Force is on its way, that infantrymen are on their way down to those places and to come to their base, definitely they will advance backwards. And that is what soldiers do. They have won the ground. But when they look, that is why this scandal of a man going to a village, taking over, exercising power. Look, it shows us the chaotic and dysfunctional structure of our security architecture. It's just what it shows us as a country, that we are not coordinated intelligence-wise. We are not coordinated in terms of actual military operations. We are not even coordinated in terms of our bombing missions. Because all this is what the Air Force could have sorted out in a few bombing operations and scatter Dogo and his men. And the infantry will move in to mob up the whole places.
All right.
It just shows us where we are standing as a people. But as I told you, we are used to this kind. As a Nigerian, there are certain realities you just have to live with.
I refuse.
That's the aspect that I'm trying to struggle with my colleagues.
I refuse.
There are realities you just have to live with.
Let me
But on the
ask
other hand,
you.
it appears to be true.
That is the fact. You just,
Like I said, I refuse.
Kelly, if you accept to live this life this way, you will live better as a Nigerian.
I choose. I choose not to.
You will not receive shock.
I choose not to.
And chances of stroke will be highly reduced in your life.
Let me be shocked, but I won't have a stroke. Let me take Barrister Jamala. Some of the parameters of a failed state would include the inability of the state to protect
its territories.
Its territory.
Yes.
Now, is it that we lack ability or we are unwilling to? These are two things. If we establish that the police cannot tame these boys running all over the place, collecting taxes, right? They are unable to tame them. That is, the boys have overpowered them. Will be one thing. But if the police is complicit with what they are doing, that is, the police will allow them to take this money because they have a share. it means that the police have surrendered their ability to these boys, right? The same thing with this terrorist group and the attacks all over the place. If the government looks away to say for this group, we have interest. This politician says, don't touch that one, don't touch that one. We have interest. They look away. The people are the ones suffering. But in terms of real minds, can we say we are without the minds to tame these groups? Because that, for me, is what really establishes what a failed state is. The non-state actors, have they been able to overrun the authority? These are the things I look at, and that's what the parameters even tell us.
Kelly, you have placed me on a very, very tight angle that I wouldn't want to be seen a little bit making some reasonable statements by answering you that we are a failed state. Well, let's look at it this way. Maybe from the way I put it, we may deduce an answer from it. Okay. First, what makes a state to be tagged a failed state? Let's take our security. Now, if you want to consider the security of Nigeria, do we seem to have a place that has a government? That is one. We may have something that look more of the semblance of a government, but we have a government that has its roots well kitted on the ground. I would doubt. I think regrettably, I would say no. When I was running a program in Rivers State, this very senior professor Osimiri, he said, every Nigerian is a local government to himself. Now, the functions of a local government, you provide it for yourself. To an extent, you're also a state of your own. Now, you build a house, look for light, look for water, look for security.
Provide road.
Provide road to yourself. Now, if you see, there's this trend that is, I think for the past 2-3 years, you see every street in Port Harcourt now, we begin to have gates. It's more or less a toll gate.
And then local security.
They decide when to open and when to close. When they were constructing the location flyover, there's a place they call Farm Road where persons were managing. Persons were managing at that time. Now, one of these evening at close of work, around to 6, we got there to face a very serious traffic because the owners of the estate have decided to lock that gate because according to them, that the continuous passing of vehicles
on a government road.
No, it's their road.
How is it their road? How is it their road?
But if you have not run into it at night, they will lock it, you won't pass.
Were they the ones that built the road?
They were not the one.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not taking your time.
They were not the one.
Some.
As I was calling here this morning, my neighbor, UPE Sandfield area, he said, people should talk about our place and all that. All the places there, no government intervention in any way, no water, no road, UPE Sandfield. I know what's happening. Neighbors, residents there, made effort and just made some palliative feeling. So if they got their money to buy those hardcores, what they call it, stone-based, and they've constructed a road for themselves. Just yesterday evening, as I was walking past, a lady by the shop told me they've started snatching phones, so hold your phone well. What I was actually was my power bank. I was in for the lights. They hold it well. Now, just yesterday as I go home, my little kids were telling me the community had just agreed that there was going to be vigilante to be set up this evening. That is you people, don't we have a government? The man was telling us, you are coming to registration, make sure we have councillor, we have House of Assembly member, we have governor. They've not said anything. So after they do all of this, in that territory, is there a government to the people?
My own people, we have to hire the police to come.
Is there a government to the people?
Mr. Jamala.
So if you consider all these things, then you ask yourself, what then is government providing for me? Let's go to the educational sector. We were told that some of our parents went to schools free of charge. In fact, as they were leaving the secondary school, primary 6. Yeah. So I call it standard 6.
Yes.
As they were leaving the secondary standard 6, jobs opportunities are knocking at their door, and you are selecting which of them. Some went overseas, some schooled within Nigeria, still on scholarship. But now, I don't think if you send your ward or your child to a government school, you will have no choice but to do so. But deep down in your mind, you know you are not giving your child the best. You are constrained by realities that you cannot remove that child off the public school. So what then is government doing for us? Or what are the things we should look for to say, yes, there is a government? Maybe to proclaim a lockdown. We now agree there is a government who has given us an order, maybe executive orders to call for periodic elections that do not fall within the standard of the elections. So if you look at everything, you now ask yourself, is there really a government in Nigeria, or are we not already at the stage of a failed state? Look at just Rivers State. In fact, in Nigeria, certain persons are untouchable. Right? Non-state actors challenging state institutions, state personalities.
Pointing hands to their face.
And you call there is a government? Kelly, please, arrest my case.
Okay. Let's open the phone lines. You see how the arguments are made. If you make your argument like this, we won't have issues. But if you just come, you just shout and say, cha, me, I will try to manage you. It's important too.
Kelly, I hope you are not part of the problem.
If that's the case.
I hope you are not part of the problem.
If that is the case, no problem. All right, so let's open the phone lines and take some of your reactions. There's the local story. We'll look at it in closing. Today we have 3 lawyers. Maybe I should just engage them first, but let me open the phone lines, okay? So we'll take some of your reactions. 0817 000951 0810 9510 951. Again, 0817 000951 0810 9510 951. Those are the numbers to call. Phone lines officially open now. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. I greet your guest.
Welcome.
Thank you. Eddie from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Kelly, I will make it brief because I believe what is in your memo, we have talked about it severally. But the question I want to ask before I proceed, is bandit a terrorist? Because I believe federal government have not recognized or even make any pronouncement that bandit is a terrorist.
On the contrary, they have.
Yeah, on the contrary. But we want to hear from the federal government because they were quick to pronounce IPOB.
That's what I'm telling you now. They have. The government has.
Yes. And also, let me refresh our mind back. The former deputy governor of CBN, Melafia of blessed memory, his statement, I think whatever he said at that time is what is playing out. As DSS come for the search of those sponsors, even when he said a sitting governor was their sponsors as well. Now, my question is, where is Gumi, who is a negotiator of bandits? I believe Gumi is going freely today. But look at the atrocities that bandits are committing against our military, the gallant soldiers. But God will judge. And also, governors of the Southeast, look at what is playing out in the North. Now, bandits, the communities are playing allegiance to the bandits, resolving to what? Self-help. But this is the self-help that Nnamdi Kanu saw and set up ECS to defend our land and our territory. But today, what is the military and the governors of Southeast are doing?
All right.
Killing their people. But I want to tell them that, look, the will of the people, they will kill us. They will name us. They will do whatever they want to do.
Maybe your point is made.
The will of the people remain the will of the people, and Biafra must surely come, whether they like it or not. Because
thank you. Let's take some more reactions before we get to the other platforms. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Hi.
The man in the studio. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Nonso. I'm calling from Joe. Bandits have, some communities in North have submitted to bandits. It's very painful. Me, I'm ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed people have been suffering for 8 years, even till now. It's okay. Thank you very much. That's my contribution.
Nonso, thank you for reaching out. Let's take some more today. 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hi, Obed. Please go on.
Kelly, I think you have to accept reality. I must tell you, Kelly, you must follow us to accept reality. But the fact that Nigeria is still.
I still refuse to accept that reality.
Kelly, you have to accept. Look, looking at everything, all the variables that portray a country to be a free state, it's just glaring. You understand? It's just glaring. I'm not seeing why we should argue for that. You understand? It's even happened here in River State. We heard that some communities are paying tax to certain individuals who is now occupying the community. Just day before yesterday, an indigenous of Ahoda, community, I've forgotten right now. He was saying that the whole community is deserted, that some boys are taking over. So when a country, is on some ungovernable space in the country, what do you call such country? A failed state. It's just clear. You understand? I don't want to go further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief the guest in the studio.
Morning. Hello, Sam. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm my mom, Barrister Aruchiku. I like you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Kelly, you see, the truth is that there are boys holding territories all over Nigeria. It is not one state. Mr. Kelly, if Dongwani has not gone out to attack people who went for 31st night, I tell you, we wouldn't have known that the day they were doing the burial of a PDP chairman, this man came in his common flag as a general with his soldiers and went and sat where the governor was sitting. And he has been doing so much in that community. Tom Polo is holding territories. Today now is working with government. Even after it is holding territories where we see in social media they will be parading guns which these men are not authorized to carry. I went sometime in NPA. Mr. Kelly, some boys are there in NPA. If the ship come, they must give them so percentage of money. See the way they were sharing that money. And those boys, I tell you, they are not reverend and holy men. Those guys, they will be smoking. There are all kinds of drugs here, koro, and saying if that money no come out, nobody they do any. It was so they were caught boys. So, Mr. Kelly, the truth is that I don't know what our security personnel are doing. It is they will only wait when these boys begin to attack people and kill people. That is when they will begin to go after these boys. If not, those boys, they are collecting dues, and if people don't pay dues in that terrain, those boys will not allow you to operate in certain way. Even in Oyemi here, just go to Oyemi, you see some boys. Even in YKC here, those women, they are holding them hostage that if they come out, if they don't pay some certain amount, go and ask those people selling around that place. If they don't pay them some certain amount, that day you will not sell anything. They will even carry your goods. They are not taxed for so. But all these things, we will have to blame the federal government who are being lenient or taking these boys for granted. All we need to do is to go after them. Nobody is above the law, and government after God is government. So if government cannot exercise its power, but when you look at it, some of these politicians, they are the one working with these boys. They are their boys, and if you arrest them, they will go there and they will just a call. They will release them.
All right,
so it is very bad. And lastly, you see, this one that somebody is writing 01, number 1 in the FCT on his car. I don't think FCT is a place for courtesan practice. So if somebody is going
Sam. You say Abuja is a place for courtesan practice.
You see, 01. What is 01 or 0.1 on somebody's plate
FCT,
number?
I don't understand. It's number 1 citizen of FCT. What is there?
Who gave that title? Is it in our constitution?
That doesn't mean cultism.
Is that how plate number should be addressed of a FCT minister, Mr. Kelly? Let us be saying things that is legal and things that.
Okay, what you are saying now is illegal. The one you are saying now is even legal.
Okay, now what is the reason of putting point one? Is that the way?
He did not put point one. He did not put point one. You are the one putting point one. So you know what you're saying.
Which one did he put? Let me know.
It's 01, not point one.
Okay, is that how they should be doing it in FCT?
I'm vexed, Sam, leave us. What is that? Point one. They put 01, you are saying point one.
I don't know how appropriate to make a comment on this. What is who is the number one person of the FCC? Is the president?
Is the president? No, the president is the number one citizen of the country. Why
of the Federal Capital Territory?
Of the country.
I am speaking law. Section 299 up to 301 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That where the federal capital, in fact, any part of the Constitution, if you read that makes reference to a governor with respect to the FCT, it makes reference to the president. So the governor of the FCT is the president. The deputy governor is the vice president. When it comes to executive council of the FCT, is the federal executive council. The legislature for the FCT is the National Assembly. It's constitutional. Okay. If you have a different view, argue with the law.
Okay. We're not arguing.
No, we won't argue with the law.
We're not arguing.
So 001 of the FCT should be the plate number of the president.
People have questioned that plate number. But the only reason I interrogated him was when he said Abuja is not the place for cultism.
No, I'm not going there.
How is 01 cult related?
Translate to cultism.
He moved from there to point one. I'm like, okay, so your head, you're thinking point one. It's not point one, it's 01.
It's 01, it's not point one.
So it's not related in any way. Bash, they say?
Oh, no problem.
Can I just take 2 of your seconds to correct an impression one of the callers made?
Please.
If although you try to put him right. Now, there is no group known as bandits in Nigeria.
They're terrorists.
They belong to a sect of, looking at the meaning of bandit, and the Webster dictionary, they defined a bandit to be a people who lives by stealing, and often as a member of a band, that is a group of people. Now, if you go to these, where they operate, the other one says a robber or an outlaw belonging to a gang, typically operating in an isolated or lawless area. Now, if you go to these places, Dogo has a group. There is a name he has given to that group. There are different other persons also. Is to classify all of them as mentioning their particular names as bandits.
No.
Reference is not made. An action may be carried by someone in Sokoto with a different name, but what we hear is bandits.
Okay.
So giving the impression that bandit is a group of people, the caller was trying to put in place IPOB. Yes.
To name IPOB, and they are refusing to name.
But they have done so.
No, this is even the fact. The fact is, there's a court pronouncement.
Yes.
In this country that says the activities of terrorists, like that of those killing people, right, wreaking havoc in different parts of the country, they are likened to terrorists.
The names were mentioned. I know what I have an idea of what you're talking about.
The activities. Yes. It was even more of the activities. Because there was this argument about nomenclature at some point. Why was the government not calling these people terrorists? Because the government had made an argument that you cannot apply the same force to a terrorist like you would do to a local criminal. And people kept saying, no.
The operations
are similar. So why are you using nomenclature to give an excuse as to why you're not using the full weight of the law on these people? The matter was taken to court, and the court ruled that by their activities, they are terrorists. So you should not be sparing them. That was even gazetted by the then Attorney General of the Federation.
Malami.
Yes. So they are terrorists. It's just that sometimes...
No, but so the point is, who are terrorists? Names. In some areas, whether it was deliberate, like, okay, let's be specific. In the northeast, in the northeast is even clear. They have a name, Boko Haram. It's a sect. It's a terrorist group. Then right here in the northwest, What are the names
I'm
of
not
those
central.
terrorist groups or bandit groups or whatever? Unlike in the Northeast, where they also have a name of a group, there may be other groups. So
You know
terrorism or terrorists is like a common noun. Give it some specific name to make it a proper noun for a particular group.
What I can recall from that court ruling is by their activity. Boko Haram is self-declared. Boko Haram. ISWAP is self-declared. ISWAP. One of the arguments of Lai Mohammed at the time, that these people, we know them for what they are doing, right? This group have not said they want to dethrone the Nigerian government. They're just doing this and they're doing that, right? Lai Mohammed in his explanation at some point, those ones have a name.
I was looking
So
for a cover.
now, perhaps their activity. So their activity is clear. Unknown gunmen are terrorists by the ruling of the
Unknown
court.
gunmen is not a gang.
No,
It's not
by
a
the
group.
ruling of the
Yes,
court.
it's true.
It's not a band.
By the
Yes.
ruling of the court. What I'm saying is, by the ruling, that court pronouncement makes it clear. By their activity.
That you are talking about.
Okay.
You are reading from the last part of it. We have the militants in Niger Delta. We have several generals in Bayelsa, several generals in Rivers, several generals in Rivers, and every other state within the Niger Delta. But the general name given to them
Those militants.
is militants. They are all militants.
Let's go back to the phone lines. I will get that court and we'll talk about it. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Good morning, Ogaima. Good morning, Dr. Rochukwu and Co. God bless all of us in Jesus' name.
Amen. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. It's Dr. Chris, actually. What we are discussing, failed state and not failed state. For me, Nigeria became a partially failed state since the era of Obasanjo. And you know this Boko Haram we are talking about today started in the era of Obasanjo, where country has been sealed. You see what is happening in from this station that says, this government has failed, this government has failed. Our government have gradually become very irresponsible. What do I mean by being irresponsible is when they cannot send for the people that is their responsibility. As a father, if I cannot take care of my children and my family, send them to school, I'm an irresponsible father. I tell you, most times people have, as it goes now, most people have packed their vehicles. They can't afford fuel. The workforce has even reduced. You have people use B2C to manage them and all that. You can't go because you don't have money to afford fuel. Fuel has gone up. Electricity has gone up. Pipe-borne water we don't have. Oh, so what is the responsibility of government? So the government has become irresponsible. And that is why you see these grants all over. It's not just only in River State. It's all over. It's just like the guy in Niger State came and said he doesn't want house. He knows why he said that. Because some of those are pockets of secret cults. And finally, let me tell you, Abuja somehow should be a no man's land. It's a place that is filled up with generals. So don't carry that uncles, that liver, that morale, that heart you have in River State and you want to take it to Abuja. Those generals go fit wound you.
Okay.
Let's pay according to mass.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's look at that. This is not a court pronouncement. At last, FG declares bandits as terrorists. This was published by The Guardian, 6th of January 2022. After weeks of foot dragging, the federal government declared bandits as terrorists. The declaration, titled Terrorism Prevention Proscription Order Notice 2021, is contained in Volume 108 of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Official Gazette. The statement by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Media Aid, Umar Gwandu, reads in part, notice is hereby given that by the order of the Federal High Court in Abuja, suit November 25, 2021, as per the schedule to this notice, the activities of Yan Bidija, Hausa word for gunmen, the activities of that group, that is gunmen, Yanta Ada, Hausa word for terrorists, that's another group. Another similar groups in Nigeria are declared to be terrorism and illegal in any part of Nigeria, especially in the northwest and north central regions, and are proscribed pursuant to sections 1 and 2 of the Terrorism Prevention Act of 2011. Consequently, the general public is hereby warned that any person or group of persons participating in any manner whatsoever in any form of activities involving or concerning the prosecution of the collective intentions or otherwise of the groups referred to in paragraph 1 of this notice will be violating the provisions of Terrorism Prevention Act 2011 and liable to prosecution. This comes more than a month after a federal high court in Abuja declared bandits as terrorists, following an ex parte motion the federal government filed before it through the Ministry of Justice. The federal government in its ex parte motion told the federal high court that intelligence reports show that bandits group masterminded several killings, abductions, rape, kidnappings, and related acts of criminality in the northeast, the north central, and other parts of the country. It added that the groups engaged in incessant kidnappings for ransom, kidnapping for marriage, mass abductions of school children and other citizens, cattle rustling, enslavement, imprisonment, severe deprivation of physical liberty, torture, rape, civil sexual slavery, and forced persecution, forced pregnancy, other forms of sexual violence, attacks, and killings in communities. Ruling on the motion in November, Justice Taiwo declared bandits as terrorists. He specifically held that the activities of those groups constitute acts of terrorism.
What we're saying here, the acts of those groups, which were specifically mentioned,
or any other one that wasn't mentioned, but exhibits
those kind of characters.
That's the same thing I'm saying. That it is really by their activity. They didn't call out all the groups
by their fruits.
They didn't call out
by their fruits.
We're saying the same thing invariably, but the point we're making is you can't say bandits, right, as to liken to any group. There is no individual that belongs to bandits as a group or militants as a group. So if it is bandits, right, you have to give specific names to say a person will align with to belong in.
So you possibly the militants doesn't fall into the category.
Militants even is not. So the terrorist activities. If you describe terrorism,
some of the activities.
The Terrorism Prevention Act.
Traditionally, the activities of militants, as we have them here,
they were terrorists.
Fall into the definition of
terrorists. As at today, whether you call militants or whatever, it is about the activities they carry. That's what you're making.
Now, abetting or theft.
Killings during the militancy, there were killings.
He knows what
there were willful destruction.
Doesn't fall into that definition.
No, that is not terrorism. But when you willfully destroy, right, certain public facilities, and in that process you kill people who are securing those spaces and inflict terror and fear in them, including the community, terrorism.
Does it fall when one or two people die on the cause of foyer theft?
The number of persons
that knows what he's
doing. One or two persons die on the cause of foyer theft.
Let's go back. So what you're saying, by Sekine, is they should take it to the next step by identifying the different groups.
Yes, anytime.
Okay, let's go back to the phone line so we can take some more reactions. It's all part of education. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hello.
My name is Frank, calling from D-Line.
Frank, please go on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My brother from another web. Hello. Let me react on the issue of fraudsters. My dear brother Kelly, this statement alone that people are making about those boys, yes, those boys have committed sacrilege. For them to kill an innocent child because of money, what is their problem? Who will live forever? Even though you build mansion everywhere, you cannot sleep for all the mansions. Nobody will sleep for all of them. People should think that there is God. There's no way we'll be making money because we want to eat, we want to live, we will kill people. It's not good. It's not good. It's not welcomable. People should remember that there is God. Well, that is their own, because the judgment will be upon them. I'm an innocent person, and there's no way I will keep person because of money. Even though I don't have, I will beg. But for the issue of SUV, my former governor have denied it, and the man have never stayed up to 3 days. People have begun to fight him everywhere, and the man said he will give people beauty. If they don't take time, more people will be having beauty because the man never do anything wrong. There were only 3 days. People are beginning to find one thing or the other. Is it only Mr. that they saw him?
All right, Frank. Thank you.
This one alone,
All right, Frank. Thank you.
God bless you.
All right. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
Yes. My name is Sam.
Welcome.
Yes. I want to pick on two. One is the ICT minister, and second, the bandit issue. Now, we have up to how many ministers that was sworn in the country? Why is it that only one person decided to, break the table? All the ministers that were inaugurated in a responsible manner moved into their various offices, had meeting with their staff. When you individual cook food for community, the community will finish it and finish the one that you have as saving. But when they cook food for you, you look for a way to run. And that is what is affecting the governor. You know why the elders, both the elders and former governors that is moving around the thing, watching him to destroy himself, because the former governor refuses to take advice. And the people that are moving with him are so intelligent that they will sing praises to him into his destruction, because he is the fool. When you believe in a particular attitude, it becomes part of you. That is a disaster coming in the future for you.
All right, Sam. Samuel.
And secondly,
quickly,
you can see now everything legal. Everything legal.
Where now?
Somebody can even walk into your studio, collect your phone. It's legal.
Now lie.
Now, I call them on state actors. He was himself. They are now parading themselves as a private military personnel and police personnel in our country.
Which people? Which people? Samuel, which people?
If you pressman cannot mention name, now me.
Am I the one that said it? You're the one who is saying it now. So which people?
Okay, listen. Mr. Kelly.
Sir?
Good night.
Enjoy your day. so we don't know the people now. Let's all have peace. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
I'm Tina, calling from River State.
Can you reduce the volume on that radio?
Yes. Hello?
We can hear you.
What I'm saying is about the woman that they are spread money. It's not spreading of money is not our problem for now, because if you take away, not even only that woman that spread money. Yes, are they looking for what they will use?
Which woman traded money? Which woman traded money?
Huh?
Which story are you referring to? Okay, which story they talk about?
I dey talk about the one where spend money, when they complain, say the minister spread money.
Minister spend money. Now, Wike, the 300 million?
No. The minister that spread money.
No, we'll not talk that story. We'll not talk that story, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome.
Kelly, you said before 2 seconds.
Quickly.
Yes, the issue of, remember when bandits attacked a railway in Abuja and Kuje prison? They came out openly that the federal government of Muhammad Buhari know what their demands are. And how can a group called terrorism will be demanding so thing to the federal government to the extent of telling us that the federal government know what their demands are? So what agreement did they have with the federal government of Muhammad Buhari?
What is your point exactly?
My point now is that if truly that the terrorists bandits have been declared terrorists, won't stop military of taking the same full force they are taking on innocent people in Biafra land.
It's all right. That's the same argument I kept making at the time, that nomenclature can never be used as an excuse when you have people wreaking havoc in parts of the country. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. You didn't need to call them terrorists to deal them a heavy blow. You didn't need to do that.
Violated the law.
Yes. So they should face the penalty. If they are using rocket launchers and they are using heavy machine guns, don't you have machine guns? Don't you have planes? Are we going to wait till we now see Boko Haram with F-16 jets? They smuggled jets into this country, and Boko Haram, they are now flying jets. Bandits are now flying jets. We now realize that this matter don't pass to the
and even to tell you how dishonest we are, I have always questioned, and I keep questioning some of these heavy military equipments and artillery. How did they enter the shores of the Federal Republic? You can either come by land, by air, or by sea. The sea borders, the land are all well protected. The land borders, we may have a challenge with that. But how did they travel long distances to their destination?
Well, former president gave us an answer that only God can secure our borders. Buhari said only God can secure our borders. He said so. So you would also say that what happened in Libya made us very weak, because a lot of arms proliferation happened from Libya into Nigeria. That's what the former president said.
So what do we do?
We pray for God to man our borders.
All right.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kelly.
Hi, welcome.
My name is Chidoke from Monaco government.
Please go on.
My brother, the complaints about our governor driving an a bulletproof car worth 300 million. I don't have issues with that now. This is public knowledge. We know that our governors, ministers, the president, and most senators, they drive on this car. So people begin to make stories about the former governor, the minister driving a car worth a bulletproof car. However, there's nothing wrong with that. You understand? They should let him be, even though I'm not supporting him or I'm not his fan. But for neutrality's sake, I think there's nothing wrong with him. He has it already. Even though he decides to buy it with his money, he wants it. A former governor, and I know that a former governor can buy a vehicle of 500 million naira. They can. They have the money. They are richer than our states. Former governors, they are richer than their state they govern.
Okay.
So what's wrong now? They should go. They should enjoy the money. They should let the man be. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for reaching out. I think we'll do 2 calls and then we look at messages. Let's. Sorry, blink just now. Here we go. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi. Welcome.
My name is Valentine.
Okay.
And I'm from Ondo State.
All right. Welcome, Valentine.
Yes. Okay, man. Ndewo, sir.
Ndewo, my brother. Hi, Demma.
Don't be surprised. I'm a Yoruba man. I speak Igbo fluently.
Okay.
But I won't speak Igbo now. Let me speak English.
Okay.
I want to comment on the issue of these terrorists in the Niger State. What happened there? Now, we have 2 sets of soldiers in Nigeria as at now. Because when a soldier man gets killed in any part of the south, especially in southeast and in south, the whole body camp army will be sent to that village to kill them. Are you with me? But now a set of army soldiers were killed, ambushed in Niger State and so in Zamfara State. How many soldiers were sent them to go and kill those people there? You see, the problem we have is that I've only been saying this thing. I explained the north and I know what I'm talking about. We are facing a real war, whether you like it or not, but that is the truth. Because now the people in Niger State now, they have submitted themselves to the Dogo or what they call it. But can it happen anywhere in the south? Now, in Port Harcourt, we had that they shot one man in Port Harcourt. And I can tell you that matter will be swept under the carpet. In Lagos, the same thing. I had, because I was monitoring that one senator, the aide, was shot by whether army or policemen. I'm telling you, the matter will be swept under the carpet. But it can never happen in any part of the north. Are you with me?
We're listening to you.
That we are going to face with 2 types of soldiers in the army in Nigeria. One in the north, one in the south. And it's very unfortunate. And if we are not careful, we will face a religious war in this country. And that's the truth.
All right.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you for reaching out and for sharing. That's your opinion. The reason why we have these conversations is that we can call the authorities to respond. As the media, we're not here to entertain you. We're here to say serious things. And when we open the phone lines and you contribute, you're equally making your contribution to national growth and development. The reason we have this conversation, we take the time to cross-check data, confirm facts, and share information with you, is not just to inform you, it's to also call authorities to be responsible in cases where they've chosen to be irresponsible. That's why we do this, okay? So your point is made, your opinions are clear. I can even count just offhand where we've had cases where in certain parts of the country, you hear that they did this to the army, they did this to the army. Next moment, there's an invasion. I still recall a conversation I had with the spokesperson of the 6th Division. I said, Kelly, what do you mean by an invasion? I said, I don't understand what you mean. You people just use grammar and try to confuse yourself. I said, hey, okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. What do you mean? What is invasion? Your men went there. They harassed the people. Is that not invasion? He said, slow down. I said, now you're telling me to slow down. Now you're telling me to slow down. Sometimes they think they can just bark at you and you should just take your tail and put it in between your legs and start crying. So we need to be responsible across board. And while we make our contributions here, we trust that those that have authority should do what they are supposed to do. Let's take some messages. Kelly, you know Nigeria and journalists, out of the 48 ministers, Wike is the most accessible. You can get what you want and what you don't want to hear. Okay? Wike will say it and heaven will not fall. Okay, Cletus from Port Harcourt, that is your point. Well, I see some WhatsApp messages just dropping now, so let's see if we can take a few. Good morning, Kelly, and the guest. Good morning. Felix from Eleme. Concerning the operation of the warlords in Niger State and the people, for me, I can't blame them because they have to leave. And I know that the government of the day and politicians of the state are both aware of the activities of these so-called warlords, but have refused to act because they might have one relationship or the other with the warlords and his group. Okay, Felix, that's your opinion. We thank you for sharing. Okay, signal issue has been, let me just read it out. Maybe our engineers would look at it. It's been impossible to tune into your station from, tell us where, Eleme Access. In Eleme Access, signal issues around Eleme. I know the engineers are listening, so if we can respond to it, that would be great. Let's do some more. Hi, Kelly. Please, on the issue of the Minister of State for FCT addressing Wike as a boss, I think she's very correct, except you are suggesting that there should be two captains in a ship or two persons anchoring that program. FB from Port Harcourt. Okay. Hi, Kelly. Good morning. And the guests. Okay. This one says, will you force me what I will accept and what I will not accept? Simple problem. Please, I wish the legal minds in the studio to enlighten me whether IPOB is a terrorist organization as a result of self-actualization. Well, in the case of IPOB, we don't need to go too far. They were declared a terrorist group by a law court. So let's not waste our time on it. Soki Fubara from Port Harcourt. Most of these violent guys operate as terrorists. They use assault weapons. They cause fear and disturbances. Ex-Governor Wike should do the job he's been appointed to do. He should also share ideas on the development of Abuja. Okay? All right, let's move on from WhatsApp. Take some messages. SMS portal. Let's quickly go there. How is the time flying? Eh? Wow. It's just flying. We know the time will move, but it's flying. And I'm looking at the menu. I realize there are still some things we need to touch. So, okay. Kelly, all men are equal, only in the sight of God Almighty. FCT is among the men that are bigger than the others. In as much as I don't like him, I guess you're referring to former Governor Wike. We'll like him. He's still man who has distinguished himself and made himself politically attractive. Some say he will lose relevance after the election, but here he is making headlines. Kelly, you will agree with me that when a big masquerade steps out to dance, the smaller ones, they will stand still and watch. Innocent Child sent us that message. Okay. All right, you sent the message already, Cletus, on WhatsApp. We've taken that. Our Kelly, I'm not surprised that out of the 45 ministers, only Wike's comments are alleged to be misinterpreted. The sentimental, controversial reportage trailing his interviews is as a result of his antecedents. Most of his past actions have always stirred controversies. I think he's been overzealous and overexposing himself. FCT is a land where even lions tread cautiously. I think Oshomole should have been made information minister instead of a senator. The opposition of Algeria, Egypt is based on knowledge of the West, the imperialists based on Libya experience. What is their interest in Niger if not economic? Tinubu and co should avoid their ginger unless he wants to distract our focus on the tribunal with the Niger problem. The 12 boys that buried the baby should be addressed as ritualists. Okay. Thank you for reaching out. Hi, Kelly and the guests. For me, I would have preferred that Wike to be Minister of Niger Delta. We need someone like Wike so that this region will be developed. Emmanuel Ekbo in Port Harcourt. Okay, maybe the president will listen and do a cabinet reshuffle. Maybe, we don't know. But let's move on from there. Take another one. Hi, Kelly. Good morning. Just an information. There's a lifeless body lying on the road along Ikwere Road, close to FGC Rumokoro. Okay? We're calling on the authorities to look into this. If this is true, this message says his name is Justice. A lifeless body lying on the road along the Rumokoro, close to FGC Rumokoro area. All right, so please let's do something and get evacuate the body. Houses in Abuja started to be shaking. We didn't talk about the story. That's the story of the collapsed building, I suppose, this morning in Abuja. Good morning, Kelly. Singto from Port Harcourt. See, nobody can stop drug abuse. I have seen a military person that brought out some sachet alcoholic drink to some bad boys that were around. It shocked me. I saw that there is no fear again to even become a bad person. Let's hope that something can be done. Hi, Kelly. Please, on the issue of the Minister of State, I feel like I've seen it. Okay, I've seen it. FB from Port Harcourt. Thank you, FB, for reaching out. Quite a long one. Let's see. Good morning, Kelly and the intelligent analyst. It's so unfortunate that Dogo, who is a terror lord, has not just conquered a territory, but an entire state. Has he conquered the entire state? Do we call this a terrorist overthrow? So I ask, do we still have military personnel in that state? And are they loyal as well? If Nigeria cannot save this situation, do we need to call on ECOWAS to rescue the residents of the state from this terrorist overthrow situation? Muriel from Okrika. He has not conquered the entire state, just some communities. Not even an entire local government, just some communities, okay? Kelly, why don't you accept the reality is that it seems that Nigeria has not happened to you or anyone close to you? I refuse now, and force. And good morning. After NSAS protest, I realized that our nation will keep bleeding. We are just a certain set of people who are alive. You say our government has failed us. Charles from Rumudara. All right, that's the way you feel. It will shock Nigerians, quite a long one. It will shock Nigerians that in virtually all 36 states of the nation, their governors use bulletproof SUVs. Why would it shock Nigerians then? Some worth more than 300 million naira ascribed to Minister Wike. Also, all 45 ministers will definitely use bulletproof SUVs. And lastly, go and check all 109 senators and 360 House of Reps will either use the 300 million naira bulletproof or 260 million naira non-bulletproof SUV version. Please do the math. Everything comes down to 550 million, according to your mathematics here. 550 for everybody, multiplied by the million. So now multiply 550 persons with an average of 250 million naira per SUV, you get 140 billion just on vehicles. Now, wow, Kachi Noel. Thank you, Kachi. I have to leave there. Let's see if we can race through some of the comments on Facebook. Oh, dear. Let's see if we can take a few here. Okay, so we have some. Chidex, it's evidence of domiciling in a state without government. Is it not obvious that Nigeria is a failed state? APC is gradually taking us back to a state of nature. Chile Edwin, greetings to you and the guests. Please, the fact that 8 communities are hailing the criminals does not mean that all hope is lost, because the same thing happened here during the time when the militants held sway and the people were hailing them whenever they struck the security agents. But unfortunately, some of us always did not see anything wrong with our misdeeds, even as it was a fact that our girls in Niger Delta equally loved the militants. Well, not all of them, more than the ordinary persons, because of the satisfaction here and there. And we're used to send food to them in the creeks, to the extent that some of them today are chiefs. And I'm wondering what the difference will be between us here and what is happening in the north. Okay. Annie Jacob, the war was lost since 2012 and it's now a political game. The masses are both victims, casualties, and accomplished, because they hide the criminals and nurture them till they become more powerful than them. The planes that are lost, are also lost because the military heads keep enriching themselves through contracts and sponsorship of terrorists, but nothing improves, as alleged by you. Cosmos Yeneke, why are those okay. Mohammed Mutala, please let the helpless breathe. 8 communities surrender and they are peaceful now. God is watching. We only have social media military in Nigeria. Okawa Charles, terrorism is flourishing. No, we have military in Nigeria, not social media military. We have military in Nigeria. Okawa Charles, terrorism is flourishing in the north due to acceptance of radical teachings and values up north. This is evidence in most social media, and yet no arrest for incitement. For the state to defeat its menace, it has to go to the roots where they have been bred. Else, Nigeria's state is already losing the ear or the war against terror. Okay. Can we do... we have to go. Let's close and let me ask a question. There's a story of NDLEA alleged to have collected 600,000 naira from a certain girl. When the alarm was initially raised, was raised by civil society activists, Courage in Simovo. He alleged that the NDLEA, they were doing this. They arrested a girl in place of her father. All right. The NDLEA in a statement now says, no, she actually sold drug to one of our agents for 500 naira, cannabis sativa, for 500 naira, so she was arrested. And then they traced her to the home. Her father had escaped, but when they searched the home, they found more of those drugs. So she's been taken in for counseling and she'll be handed over to a responsible adult. Okay? That no such thing happened. But another group is now calling out the NDLEA. This is from our local news. Rainbow Watch and Development Organization is berating the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, for revealing the identity of a minor arrested over alleged drug peddling. The organization in a statement says, protection and privacy of minors, especially those involved in criminal cases, is of utmost importance. It noted that the agency's action in revealing the identity of the girl violates her rights as enshrined in domestic and international laws and treaties. I just want confirmation to this. True, Vice Jamala?
I think the law, the Child Rights Act, has been domesticated in
She's 15.
She's still a child.
She's still a child, yeah?
Yes, up to 18. Once you clock 18, you have now attained adulthood. So from 0 to 17, 11 months, you're still a child.
So they shouldn't have revealed?
Exactly. It's a violation of that.
By second, same position.
We made this point even when this jams Salah was on.
Yes.
Yes, they say same there. That's just the position of the law. They shouldn't. There is a legal way to handle issues that involve children, even in criminal proceedings. Even right in court, the procedures for proceeding on
the proceedings are off camera.
So they goofed.
Exactly. And attempting to arrest somebody in place of another is not part of our laws.
No, but what the NDLEA has said, if we give them the benefit of the doubt, is she tried to sell
to the father.
No, she tried to sell to one of their operatives.
Yes. No, the point is that arrest in proxy is prohibited in our laws.
But that is not what they're saying. No, that's not what they're saying. She tried to sell drug.
She was caught in the act.
She was caught in the act.
Yes, she was caught in the act.
And the arrest
they said they didn't arrest the father.
The father, they're still looking for the father.
Oh, there was no father in custody at all.
No, they're still looking for the father. No, she's the one, not what the civil society activists, the alarm raised was they were arrested, they were holding her in proxy for the father, in place of the father.
That is the allegation.
That's the allegation.
Yes.
And they were demanding 600,000 naira to release her. But the NDLEA says, no, that's not the case.
I'm saying that this
the minor sold
the product.
The product to them. That the minor sold the product to them. So they are holding her in counseling. It's not like she's arrested.
That the minor is dealing in drugs, sold to one of them.
Yes.
And then they even found
they now traced her to her home. And when they traced her to the home, the father had escaped because she had told them that it's the father. The father had escaped. They found more products in the house, which they've taken away. So that's what they have said.
Kelly, two of them are two allegations. The truth is lying in between them until investigations carried out
the investigation. Sorry, another sensitive one. Did that operative act as agent provocateur, like undercover?
Most likely.
But no, what is most likely? They didn't say so. They said they tried to sell. Or did that fall to one of the analysis we had here as one of their elements also buying and doing drugs? They should be able to tell us at some point. Were they investigating any drug thing that he acted as an agent provocateur? Then they would have said so. Exactly. But to merely say, this person was caught by selling, meaning that their agent is.
So there are many gray areas here.
Yes.
I think I'm not trying to say they should not conclude their investigation, but to be hasty in my conclusion is to the fact that the allegation that the young lady sold to their officer as an afterthought. I think that arose when the civil organization raised the alarm of the money, which I cannot. And again, with all sincerity, say it is not possible.
And it's not uncharacteristic of Nigerian security agencies it's not uncharacteristic of Nigerian security to demand money in order to release.
It's part of the things we have taken to live with new policy and theory.
It's one of the realities of our place.
None of them gets the benefit of the doubt.
No.
You cannot argue against.
Very slim.
The only place I can comfortably say bail is free is EFCC.
Yes, to a large extent, yes.
And I agree with him. I adopt his opinion. When there is an accusation against Nigerian security agencies, I'm more inclined to believe the accusation as it is stated, pending when otherwise is proven, than to at that point give them benefit of the doubt.
We have to go. Wow.
Particularly the police.
Okay.
They are our friends now.
Are they?
They are our friends.
So we know them.
They are my friend.
Mm-hmm. Okay, your friend.
Better.
Okay. We have Mr. Arochukwu Paul Ogbonna, Esquire, National Coordinator, Civil Rights Council. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. God bless Nigeria.
Living Gifton Jamala, Esquire, private legal practitioner and lecturer, Eastern Polytechnic, Port Harcourt, River State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Today FM.
And Mr. Henry Ekine, legal practitioner, National Legal Advisor, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, CDHR. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your right is your right is your right.
And Mr. Henry Emmanuel Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
Well, that's our show. Somehow we're able to scale through. But thank you all for keeping faith with us. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Fridays are a little different, but we'll be here to do what we do. Kelly Kemejima is my name. At noon, the world news, and after that, more to come. Lucky Maxwell will be here. Stay with us. It's Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other. To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about it.
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for all around the world. It's what I pray for my.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence with thousands of lives and millions
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Many thanks for joining us. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM. And the headlines: scores of people trapped in collapsed two-story building in Abuja. APC NEC unveils new officers to fill vacant zonal positions. Nigerian Navy destroys confiscated vessel containing over 300,000 liters of illegally refined product. On the foreign scene, UN's Migration Agency report says scores of Ethiopians displaced by conflict or drought. I am Lucky Maxwell. Scores of people are reported to have been trapped in a collapsed two-story building at Lagos Street in Gariki area of Abuja. Confirmed in the report, the Federal Capital Territory Emergency Management Agency said at least 37 people were rescued while 2 others were fatally injured. The head of public affairs of the agency, Nkechi Issa, in a statement noted that a rescue operation was ongoing to search for more victims. While an unspecified number of persons are reported to have been killed, Issa said a combined team of the SCT FEMA, Federal Road Safety Corps, and FCT Command of the Nigeria Police were on ground to rescue and evacuate victims. The National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress has announced the names of officers to fill vacant National Working Committee and zonal positions of the party. The National Secretary of the party, Ajibola Bashiru, made the announcement during a media briefing on the outcome of the National Working Committee meeting held at the APC National Secretariat. The outgoing National Deputy Chairman for North, Abubakar Kyari, has been replaced by Borno Party Chairman Ali Dalori, while Mary Idele from Edo State took the position of the outgoing National Women Leader, Betta Edu. But both Kyari and Edu were recently appointed ministers by President Bola Tinubu. While Edu was appointed Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Kyari was appointed Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. The parties involved in the Rivers State Governorship Election Tribunal sitting in Abuja have closed their case. Today FM reports that the matter has been slated for the adoption of final written addresses on a date that will be communicated to all the parties. The governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Tonya Cole, is challenging the victory of Similala Efubara as announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. You would recall that members of the PDP had, in a protest which lasted for weeks, blocked the headquarters of INEC to prevent the APC candidate from accessing the office to collect documents meant to prosecute their cases. The protest happened days after operatives of the Rivers State Police Command arrested some lawyers handling the election process for candidates of the APC, alongside some materials but were released a day later. A vessel that was confiscated by operatives of Nigerian Navy, MV Cecilia Imo, has been destroyed and set ablaze. The MV Cecilia Imo vessel was set ablaze at the middle of the sea, together with over 300,000 liters of illegally refined product in it. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that the personnel of Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder supervised the destruction of the vessel. You will recall that joint operations of Nigerian Navy had arrested 3 people with a vessel which has a capacity of 350,000 liters converted to a storage tank for illegally refined products suspected to be AGO. The NNS Pathfinder commander had said during the parade of the suspect that all those who are involved in the illegality, including the vessel owner, his suppliers, buyers, will face the wrath of the law. A report reaching us from Rivers State University says suspected armed criminals invaded a female hostel in the institution, robbed and also harassed some of the female students. It was gathered that the criminals, who were armed with guns and machetes, reportedly stormed female hostel D last night and first raided the hostel before sexually harassing at least 2 of the female victims. This resulted to a protest within the campus where the female student claimed the situation has been a recurring incident. The police personnel, led by the Chief Security Officer of the school, Asid Ebere, while addressing the protesters, assured that the issue would be addressed. When Today FM's correspondent contacted Ebere, he asked for some time to react to the incident. A non-governmental organization, Rainbow Watch and Development Organization, has berated the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for revealing the identity of a minor arrested over alleged drug peddling. The organization, in a statement, said the protection and privacy of minors, especially those involved in criminal cases, is of utmost importance. It noted that the agency's actions in revealing the identity of the girl violate her right as enshrined in domestic and international laws and treaties. The Rivers State Signage and Advertisement Agency says faith-based organizations cannot erect billboards or signage outside their premises. Acting Managing Director of RISA, Okea Anthony, stated this during a visit to the scene of the incident where 5 persons lost their lives from electrocution at Rumosi in Obiakpo local government area. He accused faith-based organizations of using the back door to erect a billboard, stressing that the agency never gave the church approval to mount the billboard, which he said does not meet engineering specification. The MD noted that RISA is the only agency that can give approval for outdoor advertisement in the state and assured that illegally erected billboards will be brought down by the agency.
It's a sad development, what has happened. no right-thinking person will be happy over the death of anyone. That is not to say that what has happened should be allowed to happen. This is a no-no. What we always preach as RISA, as an agency that regulates advertisement and signage in Rivers State, is that it is only RISA that can give you authority to build and install billboards, to put up signages on your business premises and all that. Anybody going contrary to that has from beginning violated the law establishing RISA, and that is what we have been harping upon. This is complete negligence. So who gave him or the organization permit to do this?
The MD of RISA also revealed that the agency has more than 10 cases in court with registered third-party clients.
And we have in our assessment procedure is designed in such a way that it is merely to ensure safety and structural integrity. From all indication, this structure we are seeing does not meet any kind of engineering specification nor integrity. RISA can definitely not give any church or faith-based organization any permit to erect billboard or signage outside the premises where they operate, where they function. It is blatant lie for anybody to claim that. As I speak, we are in court with registered third-party clients, those that will have gone to remove some illegal structures they put, including those that have billboard structures that are not tagged.
Today FM reports that it is uncertain if the lead pastor of the church has been apprehended after it was alleged that he was on the run. However, an assistant pastor of the church is in the custody of the River State Police Command. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll be right back after the short break. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. Members of the local vigilante groups in Eagle Island area of Port Harcourt, in collaboration with the police, have arrested about 12 suspected internet fraudsters who allegedly buried a newborn baby alive at the waterfront in Eagle Island. The chairman of Falga Security Watch, Victor Haji, who doubles as the chief security officer of Eagle Island, confirmed the arrest to Today FM. Haji narrated that he got intelligence about some so-called Yahoo boys carrying out some activity at the waterfront, but on getting there, the boys had left. He said on close observation, they discovered that the suspected Yahoo boys had buried something in the ground, and on digging, he and his men exhumed the body of a newborn baby boy. Haji, in an interview with Today FM's Uchenda Joe, further narrated how they went in search of the boys and arrested and handed them over to the police.
This morning, one of my brother called me that some Yahoo boys are doing some incantation in the Eagle Island waterfront in Anthony area, Stanfield. So immediately I called my boys and we swing into action. So when we reached there, the boys have left. When I saw that place, they dig that place and they buried something there. We have to dig that place to know what they buried there. So when we dig that place, we saw bouncing baby boy, newborn baby inside the place there. Immediately I called the SO of Eagle Island. Being the station officer, we started going around in Eagle Island to make sure we apprehend these men. So we go from hotel to hotel. I and the police and River State Neighborhood Watch. We saw them from one hotel coming out. As we get down from the car, they started running. We chase them and apprehend them.
Meanwhile, a human rights advocate, Prince Iwiro, has condemned the killing of a newborn baby by suspected fraudsters. Iwiro, who is the national coordinator of Center for Basic Rights Protection and Accountability Campaign, described the incident as a height of wickedness. The rights advocate, while commending the security operatives for the role they played in the arrest of the perpetrators, called on the police to spread their investigation to arrest other fleeing suspects and ensure justice is done in the matter. The Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed a social media report that he acquired a 300 million naira SUV a day after he was sworn in by President Bola Tinubu. Speaking after a tour of the Abuja Light Rail, Wike challenged newsmen to inspect his vehicle and confirm whether it is a bulletproof variant or otherwise. He said the vehicle was given to him by the FCT Ministry and that it was not bulletproof. On the foreign scene, the UN's migration agency says more than 4 million Ethiopians are now displaced within the country, largely because of conflict or drought. The National Displacement Report, which covers The period between last November and June 2023 says 2/3 of them were forced from their homes by conflict. For the first time since 2021, the report includes the war-hit region of Tigray, which is Ethiopia's biggest population uprooted by war. The Somali region in eastern Ethiopia hosts the highest number of displaced, primarily by drought. Earlier, the UN said more than 20 million Ethiopians were in need of food assistance and $4 billion was required to meet their needs. Still on the foreign scene, voting in Zimbabwe's presidential and parliamentary elections has continued in some parts of the country after delays prompted by second day of voting amid complaints of ballot rigging. President Emerson Mnangagwa had said polling will be extended in 40 wards in 3 of the 10 provinces. Meanwhile, the police are reported to have raided the offices of 2 local independent election monitors, the Zimbabwe Election Support Network and the Election Support Center, a day after polling. A rights group, the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, reported that a large number of people were detained and computers seized. The electoral body has 5 days within which to declare the result of the presidential election. In sports, Crystal Palace is expected to open negotiations with Leicester City for Kelechi Iheanacho in the coming days. Reports say the London club will bid between 10 to 12 million pounds for the Nigeria international. Leicester City is eager to offload Iheanacho, who has 1 year remaining on his contract. The forward will leave on a free transfer next summer if the Foxes fail to agree on a deal with any club before the end of the current transfer window. Iheanacho is also keen on leaving the King Power Stadium as he does not want to play in the Sky Bet Championship. Crystal Palace consider him as a replacement for Jean-Philippe Mateta, who is most likely to leave the club this summer. In entertainment, the Nigerian Official Selection Committee for the Best International Feature Film category of the Oscars has announced renowned actress and filmmaker Stephanie Linus as its new chairperson. The development comes after the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences approved the formation of a restructured 14-member NOSC team and the subsequent departure of its founder and previous chairperson, Chineze Ayane Abonyi. The reconstituted members of the NOSC also include the managing director of the Nigerian Film Corporation, Chidia Maduekwe, the president of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, Victor Ohai, veteran actress Omotola Jalade Ekende, former president of DGN, Andy Amenechi, among others. As the 96th Academy Awards approaches in the upcoming year, the newly formed NOSC team will be tasked with collecting, screening, and voting on entries to represent Nigeria in the IFF category. The IFF, formerly Best Foreign Language Award, is presented annually by the Academy to a feature-length film produced outside the United States that contains 50% or more non-English dialogue. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. Scores of people are reported to have been trapped in a collapsed 2-story building in Abuja. The APC NEC has unveiled new officers to fill vacant zonal positions of the party. We also told you that the Nigerian Navy has destroyed a confiscated vessel containing over 300,000 liters of illegally refined product on the foreign scene. You heard the UN's Migration Agency report has said thousands of Ethiopians are now displaced by conflict or drought. Stella Sasson will edit the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us. It's about you. Your opinion and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation. On Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1 FM, or join us on the number 0701 933 9962. That's our WhatsApp application. Be informed, be educated, and have fun. We are Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
You may wonder why we chose to dabble into broadcasting. It is because on Today FM, we understand the right of every person and every group to fair coverage. In bringing you the news, we give you a platform to share your views. We give you a voice. Your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, the people, the people.
You deserve more from us. From Great Talk.
Is it a celebrated feat that people should be dying? Don't we have government? I think that should be the focus and not who is behind it.
And then Chief Loveday.
What else do I say? Killing is killing.
For the attack.
News and entertainment
Program news updates on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. Good morning.
COFFE.
This man knows that we space on.
Now you do this kind of thing.
I go do this kind of thing now.
You never be this man. You never know the best way.
Honey, now your brother. Stay glued to this dial. Today 95.1 FM, and we will do the rest.
Excellent. It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Rex Jim Lawson, popularly known as Cardinal Rex, was born on March 4, 1935, to a Calabari father and an Igbo mother. He was the fourth child of his parents and the only one to survive. At a young age, Lawson was afflicted with a severe case of smallpox, his father fearing that he would die. Lost interest in raising him, Lawson later sued his father for neglect while he was at school. He won the case, but he never had a good relationship with his father as a result. The Cardinal of High Life, as Rex was fondly called, introduced high life music into the eastern region of the country. He started out by playing in his primary school band at Buguma, his hometown, before going on to join a band in Onitsha when he was 14. He was advised to approach Lord Edison, who was then a leading musician by virtue of his being the leader of the Starlight Melody Orchestra, then based in Port Harcourt, to ask if there were any positions open in music. Lord Edison reluctantly signed him on. He soon moved to Lagos, where he played and learned more about music practically under all the great high life maestros of the time, the likes of Bobby Benson, Roy Chicago, Victor Olaiya, Tunde Amuwo, Chris Agilo, Babyface, and Paul Esamade. At 23, he stood at the head of his own band, the Niger Phone Studio Orchestra, moving back from Lagos to Onitsha. The band metamorphosed into the Mayor's Dance Band of Nigeria. His greatest success came as the leader of the Mayor's Dance Band. Their recorded hits include Swala Teme, Yellow Sisi, Go On Special, and Jolly Papa. Lawson acknowledged the fact that a good high life musician must be as good in singing and composition as in playing the trumpet, as the instrument was both a symbol of masculine authority and the very heartbeat of the high life. His music had a distinctive quality that made it difficult to place him in any of the familiar high life schools of those days. Orchestration was an important aspect of Rex's music, but his hand excelled equally on account of the virtue of the individual members of the group. The saxophone was another distinguished instrument in Rex Lawson's band. Although Rex played the trumpet, he found an alto saxophonist who was so good that he considered the solo to him in many of his songs. Religious sensibility manifested in many of his pieces and tended to form the bedrock of his message. Jembari Miema, which was sung incidentally some 18 months before Nigeria's civil war broke out, is a prayer to God that there be no more wars, while Tom Kirisite, which was one of his last songs, implores God to come down and rescue the world from sins. Akwa Abasi, one of his epic songs, is an adaptation of the Lord's Prayer, and in Soboy Bibinla, he alludes to the biblical saying that a prophet is without honor in his homeland. In appreciation of his traits in his music, he was awarded a clerical title. He released over 30 songs and sang in different Nigerian languages as well as the language of Ghana and Cameroon. His most popular hit is probably Adure, which is still a shore floor filler in Nigeria to this day. He was married to Chief Mrs. Regina Rex Lawson and they had 2 daughters. His wife died in 2008. He met his untimely demise in an auto accident on Agbo Warri Road on January 18, 1971. On his way to a performance in Warri, the scene of the accident has since been renamed Rex Lawson Corner.
Personality profile. Now,
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.